Good morning, honorable members, honorable MEC, and your team. My name is Itango Veni. I'm standing in for the chair of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, Honorable Esther Mukweli, who is in Kampala, Uganda. She's attending what is called AfroPEC. AfroPEC is the African Organization for Public Accounts Committees. And that body consists of all the countries that are member states in the African Union. So she's attending one of the most important conferences in Uganda on illicit financial flows. You would recall that the AU appointed President Thabo Mbeki to chair what is called the high-level panel or high-level team to look into the financial outflows in Africa. And that committee produced a report in 2015. Was adopted both by the AU and the Pan-African Parliament, which found that $80 billion exit the continent illicitly, and Africa requires $80 billion for infrastructural development and any other activity that can fight poverty. And that report also was able to indicate 3 critical areas that contribute largely on these outflows. One is the fact that the big companies constitute 60% of the illicit outflows, followed by organized crime, and lastly, corruption. Once you discuss corruption, malfeasance, sleaze, maladministration, you must know you're contributing 10% of the illicit financial outflows in the continent, depriving the people of this continent of services that can be able to undermine poverty and things like that. I'm just saying this because I'm trying to indicate that the chair is not absent because she's on holiday. She's attending a very important conference in Africa that emanates from that report that I'm speaking about. Let me quickly, without wasting time, take you through the agenda as a way of confirming whether the agenda is at my disposal is the same agenda that you have. The first item will be opening. Second item, welcome and remarks. Third item will be introductions. And then there will be apologies. Fourth item will be questions and responses on 2022-2023 and 2023-2024 financial years. Fifth item will be follow-up questions, clarity. Sixth question will be recommendations. Seventh item will be comments by the Auditor General of South Africa. Eighth item, Provincial Treasury also will be making some comments. Honorable the MEC, item 8 also should be able to make comments. Ninth item will be way forward. Then there will be announcements. I think I have already, technically I have already given my opinion as well as remarks. And I'm certain that those of you who have been following these proceedings, and of course I do greet the public through Facebook, YouTube, and any other means that they are following these proceedings. The chair of this committee always and forever emphasizes the fact that this committee is established in terms of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. More specific, Section 114, subsection 2, paragraph A and B. I will not go into the details of what then becomes the function of GAAL as the entity that is appearing before a standing committee on public accounts today. So I've already done my remarks. Let me, of course, as a way of introductions, and I think I will be guided, that I will take the opportunity to acknowledge, greet members of the Public Accounts Committee, but also let me greet the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, Honorable Gidibone Lebeya, members or staff of the legislature here present, the Office of the Auditor General amongst us here, the Provincial Treasury, the MEC, and the team from GAAL. I will take the opportunity and invite our official to establish there are no apologies.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Like as the Honorable Chairperson has indicated, we have an apology of our Chairperson, and we have apology from Honorable Mabucha. apology from Honorable Mahasala Mantata, and also our coordinator for Scopa, Mr. Mkari. Those are the only apologies that we have, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I will then start from Honorable Smiley, just introductions for the benefit of the viewers, the public, to know who is in this public here.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good morning, Honourable MEC and your department and your entity. My name is Jacques Smaller. I am a member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning, Chairperson, MEC, and everyone in the House. I'm Dean Scopa, member of this committee.
Greetings, Chair, the honorable members, the MEC and colleagues. My name is Faith Scopa, a member of this committee.
Thank you very much, Chair, MEC, Chairperson of the portfolio, and my colleagues and the staff members and the legislature. I'm Lawrence Mapondo, member of this committee.
Toriwa, Chairperson, or MEC, Navarro Board, as member of the Scopa, Magnandi Nemkumuroni TC, member of committee.
Member of the Standing Committee, Scopa.
A blessed morning to you, Chair, honorable members, Team Transport led by the MEC. My name is Kidwone Negeya, the Chairperson responsible for the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety.
Chairperson, our agency, now we know we value Matera, Tamushan, Badurshanka, Naga Durshan, or Mela we ask the Commissioner and the member of this committee.
Okay, now I will ask the legislature staff just to introduce themselves. I will start.
Okay, thank you once more again, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, Honorable MEC, and colleagues. My name is Pula Ragwana. I'm the acting coordinator for Scopa. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It's Melem Elizabeth, the researcher for Scopa.
Legislature staff. Staff, I offend now done. Thank you very much. Office of the AG.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC, Team GAAL. My name is Mahato, the audit manager for Monster General. Thank you.
Office of the Provincial Treasury.
Good morning. My name is Koshia Smith. I'm the Provincial Accountant General.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable police. I am from Provincial Treasury.
Office of the NEC.
Good morning. My name is Martha from Legislature Oversight Subcommittee.
Thank you. I did not see you. Right back. MEC.
Thanks, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself and your team of honorable members, together with the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety, AG, Treasury, and all ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Mathe Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety in Limpopo. Let me allow my team to introduce themselves one by one. Thank you so much. I'll start from the Chairperson of the board.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, Honorable Chair. Good morning to the honorable members of the Scopa Committee. Also, let me pass my greetings to the colleagues from the legislature, from the AGSA, and also from Provincial Treasury, and also my colleagues. My name is Ditoriso Victor Kaba. I'm the chairperson of the board for GAAL. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members of Legislature. Morning to our MEC and our board members, and to the members of AG, Treasury and Legislature. My name is Mohadi Matli, and I'm the CEO for GAAL.
Good morning, Chairperson, together with your members, MEC, AGSA, Provincial Treasury, and colleagues. My name is Majana Stephen, the HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Thank you very much.
Good morning to the Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee, and good morning also to the MEC and to the HOD, members of the Provincial Treasury, and also to AXA, and to all the other colleagues. My name is Salome Mavilane. I'm the GAAL board member. I'm also the chairperson of the board audit and risk committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and morning, honorable members and the MECs. I am Edward Lambani, also a member of the board for GAAL. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Scopa, honorable MEC, board members, HOD, colleagues from Uttara South Africa, colleagues from the Treasury, colleagues from the legislature, and my name is Jeff Luani, CFO of GAAL.
Thank you, and good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members, MEC, AGSA, colleagues from Treasury. My name is Mwafu Mangek. I'm the shareholder representative at GAAL. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable committee members, the MEC, colleagues. I'm Habasabola, Company Secretary for the entity GAAL. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members and my MEC. My name is Scopa, Commercial Service Manager from GAAL.
Morning, Chairperson, Honorable MEC, and all the members. My name is Winnet Matiebula from the office of the MEC.
Chair, can you stand up? All the people are standing.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning, Honorable MEC, all members of the legislature, and all members of the Scopa, and all colleagues. My name is Winnet Matiebula from the office of the MEC, Department of Transport and Community Safety. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. My name is Nancy Makamo. I'm the Performance Information Officer from GAAL.
Morning, honorable members. My name is Hawala Swartland, MEC Support.
Tobela, Itamisha Dulastulo wa Scopa, honorable MEC, Scopa members, wa Akati, Tami na Kalina ke Thabo Marawani, working in the office of the MEC in Congo.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for introducing yourselves. As you do, so that people who are following these proceedings are able to follow, knowing who are these people that were elected, but also who are these people that are given the responsibility to run our entities, so that when the public hearing unfolds, at least we know each other at this level, but also the people who are following. They are able to attach the face to the name, so that when they meet you on the street, they are able to greet you properly. Whether you are representing them well here or not, they must know who is that person. It is for that purpose. So, let's get to it. May I, Honorable MEC, establish whether the signature is seen on the two files, whether they are yours?
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Matthew Sanvele, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety in Limpopo. Yes, the two signatures are mine, Chairperson. Thank you.
Can I also check, let me see if you know the contents in those files?
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Mathe Susan Violet, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety in Limpopo. Yes, I know the content of the two files.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I think you have also assisted me. When you speak, first and foremost, you must speak, you must indicate your names in full for purposes of record, but for continuously reminding those who are following these proceedings on the social media platforms to know this. Let me check honorable members who volunteers to pose the first question. Honorable TC, you can proceed. Level the question.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nifungo TC. I'm taking the first question from the year ended the 31st March 2023. In page 1. Question 1. Resolution status and stagnant in the audit outcomes. Executing authority, the committee noted that Gateway Airport Authority Limited, GAAL, has not yet implemented all the House resolutions from 2014-15 to 2020-21 financial year. Furthermore, GAAL has been stagnant with qualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis since 2021-2022 financial year to date. Question 1. Provide the committee with the status on the implementation of the House resolutions. B, in page 7, why did the entity fail to implement all the House resolutions for all these years? C, in page 9, why is GAAL stagnant in the performance of the audit outcomes? Then going to 2023-2024 financial year, resolution, question 1, resolution status and improvement in the audit outcomes. Executing authority, the committee noted that the public entity did not implement all the House resolutions from 2014-2015 to 2021-22 financial year. Executing authority, the committee has noted an improvement in the public entity's audit outcome from qualified audit opinion in the 2022-2023 financial year to unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis in 2023-2024. A, provide the committee with the status of implementing the House resolutions. B, in page 5, why did the executing authority fail to implement all the House resolutions? And C, what led to the entity improving its audit outcomes? D, which is the last question on question 1, what measures is the accounting authority putting in place to improve from unqualified audit opinion to unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis, clean audit? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable TC. Honorable MC. Questions have been put, and then you can then proceed.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Matthias San Violet, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety in Limpopo. With due respect, Honorable Chairperson, allow me to hand over to the Chairperson of the Board to take us through this question one. Chairperson.
Chair of the Board.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair. My name is Dithoriso Victor Klaba. I'm the Chairperson of the Board for GAAL. I will take you through the responses for question one for the financial year ending 31 March 2023. Our response is as follows. The entity received 82 House resolutions and has managed to implement 39, which represents 48% of the total House resolutions from the year 2014-15 to the year 2021 financial year as at April 2024. For reference, Annexure 26 has been attached to the file. Roman figure 2, 43 resolutions, which represents 52%, were unresolved resolutions. 3 were related to the year 2014-15, 2 were related to the year 2015-16, 3 are related to the year 2016-17, 7 are related to the year 2017-18, 5 are related to the year 2018-19, 10 are related to the year 2021 and 2020-2021, and 13 are related to the year 2019 and 2020. On the next page, Chairperson and members, we have given a brief overview of how the resolutions have been issued against each and every one of the financial years in question, and also we've provided the status of how many for each year still remain unresolved. I will then go to page number 3, Chairperson, under paragraph A1. The reference is made to annexure number 19, which is related to the significant uncertainties. It reads as follows. The entity is making progress on addressing litigations as demonstrated by the decreasing value of litigations over the 3 financial years. The entity does not have its own internal unit, legal unit, that is dealing with legal matters, but sourced internal capacity through the Office of the Company Secretary, the Legal Department from the Department of Transport and Community Safety, and State Attorney to reduce the legal costs. Page 4. Under A2, irregular expenditure, with reference to annexure number 8, there's a table that breaks down that the opening balances for irregular expenditure for 2021-2022, opening balance was 50,045,094 rands. Closing balance was 50,589,629 rands. The opening balance for the year 2022-2023 was 50,589,629,000, and the closing balance was 50,774,437. And for the year 2023-2024, the opening balance for irregular expenditure was 50,774,437, with a closing balance of 48,007,606. The entity made progress on clearing irregular expenditure through condonation by the board and the Limpopo Treasury Department. A cumulative amount of 3.6 million was condoned to clear irregular expenditure. 380,000 was condoned by the board in 2022-2023 financial year as per Treasury recommendations. 102,000 was condoned by Provincial Treasury in the year 2020-2021, and a further 3.1 million in the financial year of 2023-2024. Under paragraph A3, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, with reference to annexure number 13, the opening balance for the year 2021-22 was 8,130,246 rands. The opening balance for the subsequent year 2022-2023 was 8,885,622. And then the opening balance for the year 2023-2024 was 9,049,604. The closing balance for the last year, which is 2023-2024, was sitting at 9,107,748. The recovery of fruitless and wasteful expenditure is a challenge, as responsible officials and board members for the years under review are no longer in the employment of GAAL. The former CFO and the SCM officer who are responsible for part of the expenditure have resigned. However, the entity requested the current employers to take action against officials as they are still in the employment of government. The current employers have indicated that they don't have jurisdiction to take disciplinary actions against the colleagues related to these matters. Reference is made to Annexure number 9, which contains the communication that GAAL has sent out to the current employers, and subsequently the responses that we received from the employers. Paragraph number A4, audit matters regression in audit outcome and stagnation on audit outcomes. The entity has made an improvement in clearing audit qualification matters for the past 12 years with only one qualification matter in the financial year 2022-2023. There's a breakdown, Chair, of how the audit opinions have been issued for the different years, the 12 years, and also what has been the qualification matters. I think a matter of emphasis is that if you look at the financial year 2020-2021, GAAL had received an adverse audit finding, audit outcome with 8 matters of emphasis. In the following year, 2021-2022, GAAL received a qualified audit opinion with only 3 matters of emphasis. And then in the financial year 2022-2023, GAAL has reduced the number of qualification matters to 1 and also received an audit, a qualified audit outcome. Going to page number 6, under paragraph A5, financial sustainability of the 3D entity. The entity developed a 5-year turnaround strategy which was approved by the Executive Council and funded by Limpopo Treasury. Implementation of the strategy commenced in April 2024. The strategy includes projects that will enable the entity to maximize on existing revenue and develop new revenue streams. Based on the strategy, the entity will be financially sustainable from the financial year 2027-2028. The entity has also further signed a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with AXA, Airports Company of South Africa, for support in commercial projects, compliance, and skills development, as this is essential for the success of implementing the strategy. Reference is made to Annexure number 28, where the MOU with AXA has been attached. Paragraph A6, collapse of GAAL. The downgrade of the airport license from Category 7 down to Category 2 was because of 14 SACAA, or similarly South African Civil Aviation Authority findings that were cumulatively left unattended over 3 years by the entity. All the findings were subsequently closed in 2022-2023 financial year. The airport further underwent a recertification process in 2022-2023 financial year and retained the Category 7 aerodrome license. Reference is also made to Annexure number 28. Paragraph A7, investigation reports. The irregular expenditure amounting to 28 million was investigated by the BDO forensic investigators. The entity is currently implementing recommendations from the report. The entity referred the matters to law enforcement agency for board members and officials that are no longer in the employment of GAAL. The report was provided to the SAPS, in brackets Hawks, reference case number 06/07/2020 for enforcement. The entity is making regular follow-ups with law enforcement agencies, and reference is made to Annexure number 15 in the file. Letters were written to current employers of former implicated officials that are still in the employment of government for the new employer to take corrective action. Chairperson, as indicated in previous pages, we have received correspondence from the employers stating that they do not have jurisdiction on acting on the employees. Paragraph A8, tabling of resolutions. House resolutions for 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, 2021-2022 financial years have been prepared and submitted to the Executive Authority for tabling in the next 2024 legislature sitting. Paragraph A9, annual financial statements. The Accounting Authority put in place the following measures to prevent recurrence of the late submission of the Fs. The Finance Department is now fully capacitated. Training has been conducted on financial accounting systems and caseware software to increase internal capacity and knowledge in Fs or annual financial statements preparation. Reference is made to annexure number 23. Internal audit was appointed to perform a high-level review of annual financial statements, both interim and annual, before submission to the Auditor General. The Board Audit and Risk Committee has been constituted to provide oversight on all financial matters. Now responding to question B, still on page 7, Chairperson. The response reads as follows. The entity failed to implement all House resolutions due to the following challenges. The first one, under significant uncertainties, litigation cases are not yet finalized by labor and civil courts. The entity continues to make follow-ups with legal representatives to finalize the cases, especially those that have prescribed. Delay in implementing recommendations outlined in the forensic investigation as the responsible officials and the board members over the period of 2014 to 2016 are no longer in the employ of GAAL. The entity has opened cases with SAPS, case number 0607-2020. However, there has not been any progress on the cases. The entity continues to make follow-ups with the authorities and references made to annexure number 15. Roman figure 3, lack of capacity in management and financial position due to financial positions due to resignations. Paragraph A, the CFO, Ms. T. Matabata, resigned in December 2019 without serving notice and providing a handover. The resignation resulted in 3 junior officials acting in various positions to close the gap. The acting officials did not have the required skills and experience, and there was no oversight to monitor their work. The chief accountant, Mr. El Maluleke, was appointed to act in the position of CFO from December 2019. The accountant, Mr. Ngomane, was appointed to act as the chief accountant and also had additional responsibilities to oversee the function of the revenue and expenditure manager position, which was vacant at the time. The asset officer, Mr. K. Motapo, was appointed to act as an accountant to mitigate a risk of segregation of duties. In September 2020, the acting CFO, Mr. Maluleke, was suspended, and on the 1st of October, he resigned and served notice while on suspension. Therefore, there was no handover. Between 1 November 2020 and 31 March 2021, the entity operated without a CFO, acting CFO, chief accountant, revenue and expenditure manager, and no acting manager for revenue and expenditure. In December 2021, the asset officer, Mr. K. Motapo, was also who was also acting accountant, resigned as well. On the 1st of January 2022, the entity operated without an accountant and asset officer. Between the period of 1st April 2020 to 31 March 2021, the entity did not have a board of directors, which means there was no oversight over the activities of the entity. A new board was subsequently appointed in April 2021 for a period of 3 years, and the board has worked tirelessly on closing the capacity gaps in the entity. The entity had vacancies at managerial level in the finance division, namely CFO, chief accountant and manager, chief accountant and manager revenue and expenditure. The positions were filled between June 2022 and April 2023, and the appointment letters are attached as annexure 21.1 up to 21.4. Going over to question number C, Chairperson, on page number 9. The response reads as follows. GAAL's audit outcome has been stagnant on qualified audit opinion from 2021 financial year to 2022-23 financial year. The entity has made notable improvements, especially on reduction of audit qualification matters. The entity received an adverse audit opinion in 2020-2021 financial year with a total of 8 audit qualification matters. The audit opinion was improved to a qualified audit opinion in the financial year 2021-2022 with 3 audit qualification matters. The entity received a qualified audit opinion with 1 audit qualification matter on cash flow statement in 2022-2023 financial year. The entity makes use of Caseware software to prepare financial statements, and all inputs deployed in the preparation of the cash flow statements were taken from the statement of financial performance and the statement of financial position. The entity did not have enough time to remedy the situation, as the communication of the audit qualification only occurred on the last day of the audit opinion announcement. To ensure non-recurrence, the entity resolved to prepare the case, apologies, let me start again. To ensure non-recurrence, the entity resolved to prepare the cash flow statement directly from the bank statements in the 2023-2024 financial year. This method was successfully applied when preparing the interim financial statements for the period ended 30 September 2023. Reference is made to Annexure 1 and Annexure 24 as evidence of the improvement made. Internal audit presented a high-level review of the IFS at the BARC, or the Board Audit and Risk Committee meeting on 21 December 2023, where assurance was given on the application of the said method used. The entity is expecting an improved audit opinion in the financial year 23-24 audit. Thank you, Chair. That's the end of the responses on the financial year 2022-2023. With your permission, Chair, can I proceed to the subsequent financial year? Question 1 for 2023-2024. The same.
Please just take us there. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ditoriso Victor Baba. I'm the Chairperson of the Board for GAAL. The major change, Chairperson, in reference to 2023-2024 is on page 1. I'll only make reference to paragraph A1 on the status of closure of the resolutions. The response reads as follows. Current status based on GAAL's own assessment. The entity received 90 house resolutions and has managed to implement 66, which represents 73% of the total house resolutions from 2014-15 to 2021-2022 financial years. Reference is made to Treasury Report Annexure number 2. The entity improved its resolution status from 47% in the 2022-2023 financial year to 73% in the 2023-2024 financial year. A summary of the unresolved resolutions, which accounts to 27%, is tabled below. Chairperson, with your permission, I will not take you through the table. I think the emphasis here is that we did improve our resolving of the house resolutions from a number of 47% in the previous year to 73% in the previous year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Can I, on that note, check if members want to have a bite on the responses? Can I take hands? Honorable Usmani, you will be the first one.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable MEC, through to your team. We have noted that there's been very little movement on the action against the previous CEO and the dismissal on that, on the legal case on that. What is the current status and why is it moving so slow and what is hindering that progress? Also on the issue of accountability and reporting your cases through to subs, I've noted your correspondence in 15, but the Independent Police Investigative Director, the SIU, said then if you were not happy with the process or the speed or the investigation, that you've got to take it up with the provincial commissioner has failed. I'm just asking, has there been any meetings or actually, let's put it like that way, meetings or communications with the provincial commissioner to try to determine the deadlock or the non-movement of the cases that you've lost through, that makes reference to those 4 or 5 cases that you've put forward. And just because it is 2021, you've lost it in 2020, 21, we are now getting to 2024. So I'm just want to try to understand your proactiveness in that regard. Chairperson, I'm going to leave that. I will deal with the others on the other numbers.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mali. Honorable Machete, maybe let me just note hands so that we just follow each other in that one. You will be the second one. Honorable Mapulo, you'll be the third. Honorable TC, Honorable Machete in that way.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chairperson. My question is based on the investigation report that was done by PTO. I just want to find out if it's possible for the findings of report to be reflected in this one, because normally we just hear about the recommendations that have been made, but we don't see the findings or what was happening. So then individually we don't find them in the report. Is it possible to be applied so that we can know what was happening about all these cases?
Mara, before you go there, you're saying investigation by PTO?
BDO.
What is that?
Thank you very much. I think I'm Lawrence from Scopa. My chair to the NEC is on with regard to the collapse of GAAL. To say indeed the entity observed the full team accommodatively issues that were not attended to. And now my question is, what are the external factors also that might lead to the collapse of GAAL? Because you might have looked internally without yourself looking externally, which forces or factors that might lead to the collapse of GAAL. Now, if you concentrate only internally, you might not achieve what you want to achieve. And therefore, I think my question is that can you try to apply all those external challenges that GAAL is facing? And secondly, on the issues which are not finding comfort or results in terms of cases from SARS, I see always you've got it's like a ceiling. You don't elevate the matter to other organs like IP. See, I don't know as to whether you short fall of those ideas or what, but you'll be able to clear on the cases where you don't find comfort from SARS, when you leave them like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable TC.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Honorable TC. I just want to ask on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. On the recovery of the fruitless and the wasteful expenditure, MEC, you did mention that the CFO and the supply chain officer have since left the entity, and therefore they are employed by other departments. And in trying to recover the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, you did follow up to those departments, and the department indicated that they don't have the jurisdiction to take disciplinary action related to that matter. Now, are you closing the matter at that point, or are you still pursuing the matter? And above that, when an employee left the entity or the government entity and go to the other department, what action needs to be taken on this regard? Because it can't be that people are doing as they wish, they do fraud and everything, and they go to the other entity or to other department, and then we leave it at ease. We have to recover that fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then number two is just on the turnaround strategy. Now, according to the reports and according to the AG and also provincial treasury, you are dependable on the grant. 80% of the money which you use is from the department. Now, with this turnaround strategy, sitting as we are today, do you think your turnaround strategy will sustain GAAL, or will make GAAL to be sustainable in 2027, 2028, as we are sitting now? Because you are generating only 10%. And I think 2027, 2028 is just around the corner. Can you ensure the people of Limpopo that indeed in 2027, 2028, GAAL will be sustainable or not through this turnaround strategy? Or the turnaround strategy is achievable, or it's just an empty dream? And then on the collapse, as my colleague has already indicated, that you regain category 7 ADROM license. So, on your turnaround strategy, having this license, category 7, again, do you also plan to have other rules and other business associated with GAAL to have a sound revenue collection? And also, are you planning through your turnaround strategy to revive the dilapidated Lipalale Airport, Mpepu Airport, and the other airports around the province? Number 4 is just the late submission of the annual financial statement. I don't understand here that when you are given the dates upward, but your CFO and the other people and the chief executive officer, they submit the financial statement late, having going to work on the daily basis, having collecting your salary on the monthly basis, but fail just to be accountable to submit the financial statement on a required date. And in some instances, maybe you are not drafting that financial statement. You are outsourcing the people who are working on that financial statement. whether your CFO has the chartered accountant or otherwise not, or is just a chartered accountant by name. We don't know. Because if you fail one thing, you see some of the people maybe, I can't just tell. Lastly, in 2020, 31st March 2021, you did indicate in page 8 that between 1 November 2020 to 31st March 2021, the entity operated without CFO, acting CFO, chief accountant, manager revenue and expenditure, and no acting manager revenue and entity. And also, I think, and also without a board. The entity did not have a board. That was a real collapse of the board with no these other people. But my 1 billion worth question is, you have the Department of Transport and Community Safety. You have Treasury. You have the Office of the Premier. Why those people are not, or you fail to ask the people or request the people to second them into the entity and leave the entity down as it was? This is irresponsible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Machete,
No, thanks very much, Machete Pesi, member of this committee. Page 6 on financial sustainability, on the turnaround strategy. The question is, how internalized and effective is this strategy, considering that it will have to produce results by 2027, 2028. How effective is that strategy, and what will be happening from now up until 2027, 2028? On the same page, on the collapse of GAAL, what are the plans in place to avoid a recurrence of a downgrade? On page 7, on annual financial statements, there is a reference of that there is capacity. And my take has always been that when we have got home bodies in various positions, that may not constitute capacity considering the reports that we have been receiving. Therefore, the question that arises is the capacity based on assessment or evaluation? What informed the capacities? Is it just to have home bodies, or it is informed by the assessment that indeed there is capacity, so that even if you are to live here, we will know that GAAL has got capacity. On the same page, I just want clarity whether there may be a contradiction, or you may further give detail in relation to significant uncertainties, because you are making reference to the fact that the entity will continue to make follow-up with legal representatives to finalize cases, especially those that have prescribed. I think we need to be clarified at that level. Cases have been prescribed, but you would then further want to continue to ensure that you then finalize them. I think it's important that we are given a further explanation in that regard. On page 8,
Of course, on the board, that there was a collapse, that there was no board. I think we should then be saying what could have led to this situation. Could you just give us a sense of what could have led to the non-existence of the board, considering that we will have the board that will continue to ensure that it gives a strategic direction of that entity. But equally on the same, you are making reference that the board has been appointed in 2021, and I would want to believe the reference would be to this board that is here. And if it is not here, then we'll clarify further. But the question is, the lifespan of a board, you said is 3 years. And when I was trying to check, I would want to believe that the current board might have gone out of its lifespan. And if that is the case, what are the plans to ensure that the board is not run by the entities not run by the board that might have lapsed, if I have to use that word. Those are a few questions that I wanted to raise. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machete, and thanks very much, Honorable Members, for fielding such probing questions. Maybe just one question before you answer. I don't know where I can locate this question. Whether GAAL is administering only Polokwane Airport. You will see where it falls.
Sure.
Why, if that is the case, why is that the case? Because if you are listening to Honorable Tracy, he spoke about quite a number of pockets of airports, which sitting here we may not know. They might be making or generating far much revenue than where you are so focused, including to inject resources at that level. So perhaps you can abreast the committee in terms of. Honorable MEC, those were the follow-up questions on question 1. I then give you the opportunity to respond.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Martia Susan Violet, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety in Limpopo. Before I hand over to the Chairperson, let me answer the question that talks about the lifespan lifespan of the board. The board, some of them were appointed in September 2021. The entire board, let me say the entire board, but going forward, some of the members decided to resign because of some other things that they mentioned that they cannot continue with the board. So when they said the board was like, you say the board collapsed, is the time when they were not fully fledged members, others have resigned. But now this year, in September, we're going to advertise, this April, we're going to advertise the board. Because now the lifespan has elapsed. So the board is going to be advertised. But they were not, all of them were not there. The two years, there was without the board because only few members were left. So that's why the previous MEC decided to appoint others to complement the entire board. So, but all of them, they're going out this year because we're going to advertise in April this year. Thank you. Then I'll allow the chairperson of the board to continue with the others. And the other members, HOD, you are ready yourself, and the CEO, not the chairperson only. I'm sure we're here to answer or to give answers to the questions posed by the entire members. Thank you. I will start with you, the chairperson. Thank you, chairperson.
Thank you, MEC. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ditoriso Victor Kaba, the Chairperson for the Board of GAAL. I have noted a lot of questions, but with your permission, Chair, can I piggyback on the the question that the MEC was responding to on the board, because there are actually two periods in reference here. There's a period before this current board was appointed. That period is up until 31 March 2021. So up until 31 March 2021, there was no board, and that's the period that in the reports is being referred to as potential collapse of GAAL, because there was no board and there was no oversight. At the time, and maybe this also answers another question that came from the members, there were some members or officials that were seconded from the Department of Transport and Community Safety to be acting in the position of CEO at the time. So even though there was not a board and there was not a CEO, there was an acting CEO who was seconded from the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Effective 1 April, I was appointed as the chair of the board, also with some of the members that some are still currently serving on the board. So 1 April going forward, there has been a board, just that from about the period of July, August 2021, there were a few resignations from the current board. And those resignations, unfortunately, it affected members who were constituting the board audit and risk committee, because they had financial management skills. One of them was a CEO. They all resigned for personal reasons. Some of them found new job opportunities which were quite demanding, so they could not serve on the new jobs and also serve on the board. Actually, that was the two, the financial manager person and the CA. They resigned, and after they resigned, we did not have financial skills on the board, and therefore we could not constitute the board audit risk and committee. There was other two members that resigned. One of them had legal knowledge, so he was a company secretary elsewhere in another state-owned company. So we had a bit of a gap there, but the committee that was affected by those resignations was mostly the board audit risk committee. And what the MEC was referring to was that since September 2023, the former MEC has managed to close those vacancies on the board, and since then we've got a constituting board audit risk committee. I thought I should just give that clarity that there are two periods. There was a period where there was no board, then there was a board, but then the board had a bit of vacancies which affected the board audit risk committee. I hope that question has now been clarified. And maybe just to elaborate, we are closely working together with the shareholder, because the current board members, all of us, our appointments are up to September 2025. So we are working closely to make sure with the shareholder that the process will be followed to make sure that there is continuity before the term of this current board ends. Thank you, Chair. I'll close on that question. I will then go back and try and answer the questions in the chronology that they were asked. I see Honorable Smiley is not here. He did ask a question about why there's little movement on the matter of the previous CEO. I just wanted clarity of which previous CEO he's referring to. So with your permission, Chair, can I park that until maybe he's back? Because I just needed clarity on which matter and which CEO he's referring to, that there's no movement on it.
Remember, you are answering the question on behalf of the committee, but also to the public. So you can proceed, because it's no longer his question.
Yeah, but I just needed clarity to say which former CEO
then
is
if you
referring
don't
to.
understand, you proceed to other questions. Okay, we close that one.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the clarity. My name is Ditoriso Victor Kaba. I'm the chairperson for the board of GAAL. The other question that was asked by Honorable Smiley was on the matters that were cases that were opened with the SAPS. Have we made any submissions to the Provincial Commissioner for Assistance where there's no movement? We have made submissions since then. Since 2022, we've submitted a letter, and since then there has been email correspondence of us following up. If the committee wishes, we can actually provide those emails as part of the reference to show that we've been following up, but with very little movement.
Maybe before you proceed, are those emails in your position?
Currently. Let me check with the CEO. They are not printed, but they are available electronically. We can make arrangements for that to be provided to the committee.
You will get an email to which you will be able to send them. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the guidance. My name is Ditoriso Victor Klaba. I'm the chairperson for the Board of GAAL. There was another question from the committee to say the investigation report, is it possible for the findings to be reflected for the benefit of the committee? I believe that can also be furnished. There is no limitation for us to submit what the findings are. So that can also be done, guided by the committee. We can provide those findings to the committee. Next question, the collapse of GAAL. There was a question to say the 14 cumulative findings were more looking inward in terms of what could be the risk to GAAL. The question was, are we also looking at external factors that could also affect the collapse of GAAL? I think that the question is spot on because the failure to close the 14 findings was all because of internal related issues. However, there are external factors which we are continuously scanning as part of our strategy document, even now with the strategy document that we'll be submitting for the new administration. We are looking at external factors, some of them being obviously the appetite by what we call air operators for them to come and operate from GAAL, because currently, not GAAL, so from Polokwane International Airport, because currently we only have one flight operator, which is Airlink, who is operating between Johannesburg and Polokwane. It is in our turnaround strategy to ensure that we've got more operators, number one, that are flying to the airport. Number two, which also answers another question about other smaller airports developments. Part of our turnaround strategy looks at what we call route network development. So in order for an airport like Polokwane International Airport to have the volumes, it needs to be connected to other airports as feeder airports to Polokwane International Airport. So part of our strategy is to look at those smaller airports that will enable a route network that is also linked to volumes so that we can have those smaller airports that are refurbished to feed into Polokwane International Airport. That's the first one. Secondly, we are also looking at developing other routes into major hubs or major airports like Cape Town International Airport. Part of the data and the studies that we review through the MOU that we have with AXA is exactly that, looking at data to understand where the traffic movements are, what is the potential growth of people who are commuting from Polokwane to Cape Town so that we can establish those routes and make sure that we increase the volume of people flowing to Polokwane International Airport. So some of those are external factors that are not within our control. It depends on what is the economic growth within the region. When I say region, I would say it's Polokwane and also looking at Gauteng, also looking at KZN and also looking at Cape Town. If there's enough economic activity, it creates an ability for people to be moving within the centers. It's not within our control, but we are using data to analyze what is the risk in terms of us introducing those routes. There are other external factors that are not within our control, specifically related to any changes in the aviation legislation or any changes in what we call navigation legislations. There was an incident, and if required, the CEO can give us details on that, where there was a big media splash about issues between AXA and also, issues between AT&S and AXA with regards to navigation-related regulations, which was now affecting air operators that are now coming to the Polokwane International Airport. So because of the differences that are happening with other state-owned entities with regards to regulation, we now feel the pain on this side. So regulatory related changes could be an external risk that is affecting the entity. But to be honest with you, most of the risks are what we can have impact on and what we are trying to do to ensure that our turnaround strategy suffices for us to reach the financial sustainability by the year 27-28. We are making sure that we are aggressive in terms of doing what is within our control to improve on the sustainability of GAAL. There was a question about have we escalated cases that has been stagnant to other bodies like IPID and other bodies? Other than what we've escalated within the SAPS and the provincial police, we have not escalated to IPID. I think that's an improvement that we can look at if there are other bodies that we can also try and escalate these cases to. But our escalation process has only been within the SAPS and obviously the provincial commissioner's office. There was a question on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the recovery. The question was, given that when GAAL communicated to the current employers of the employees that left GAAL with all the pending cases against them, the question was, now that you've received responses to say it's beyond the jurisdiction of the current employers, are you closing the matter? To be honest, Chairperson, our view that the matter should not be closed, but yet there's a glaring question on our side to say what jurisdiction do we have, what capacity, what leverage do we have in order to make sure that we do take steps to recover the funds. At the moment, we are at a loss as a board to understand, apart from trying to get assistance from the current employer, who the expectation was that they would be working closely with us to review the findings, to review the report, and also understand that there could be a potential risk that what these former employees did from a misconduct perspective in GAAL, they could also be doing elsewhere, where the state is losing. So the state has lost while they were in GAAL. The state could be losing when they are in other entities. Our expectation was that there would be more of a partnership approach that we get from the other entities. So we don't want to close the matter, but the question is what leverage can we have, either externally or through the existing legislative bodies, to say how do we go and make sure that we still recover those monies. So we are not stopping, but we don't know how to proceed going forward due to the leverage that we don't have. There was a question about the turnaround strategy, given the fact that currently GAAL is 80% dependent on the grant. So, and this response might answer a few of the questions. Our turnaround strategy was formulated, even though it was signed off and implemented from April 2024, but the tenets of the strategy, which has got 4 phases, the tenets of the strategy started in April 2021 when the new board joined the company. I mean, one of the things that we found out was, number one, there was a shortfall in terms of funding for critical operational projects that already affected the downgrade. At the time, maybe for chronology purposes, Chair, we started on the 1st of April 2021. On the 6th of April 2021, that's when the downgrade happened, from category 7 to category 2. What that meant was that Air Link could not fly the 32, 35-seater aircraft, which is the biggest revenue source that we have. Yes, you could have other smaller aircraft flying which are chartered, but they are a drop in the ocean if you compare to what contribution they make to the revenue of GAAL. And part of the reasons why we could not close some of the findings was the fact that there was not enough financial abilities or liquidity in the business to close those findings. So the first phase of the turnaround, which ran for about 12 months since we started as a board, we called it arrest the decline or the collapse of GAAL. So we looked at how do we work closely together with the shareholder to secure conditional grant funding so that we can close the findings, number one. Number two, there was a question about capacity. There was lack of capacity in 2 critical areas. There was lack of capacity in the finance organization. Acting CFO, who was seconded from the department, but who could not be there full time because he had other responsibilities, so he was there for a short period and had to go back to the department and then come back. So we had an acting CFO, we had an acting revenue manager, we had a few acting bodies, and most of them were also junior people. So they were appointed at junior positions, but they were expected to act at a higher level, all because there was a sudden exodus of the CFO and the senior managers that were put into the CFO. That was the first capacity issue that we saw as the board. The second capacity gap that we saw was in the operational environment. We did not have a senior manager operations. This is almost like your chief operating officer, who makes sure that the activities that are bringing the revenue are within the legislative requirements, they meet the safety requirements. Due to, I think it was a resignation of the previous person before the board joined in, the vacancy was, the position was vacant. The person who was trying to assist in that role was also junior, and they lacked the ability to make sure that they push for those fundings to be closed. They make the right submissions for the funding to be secured in order to close that. So the second capacity gap was in the operations environment. So what the board did during the time of phase one, which is arrest the decline, work with the shareholder to get funding, work with the shareholder and also provincial treasury to get critical positions to be approved so that we can run with the appointments. And records will show that from about the end of 2021 into the middle of 2022, a lot of those appointments were made in the entity, which started building the capacity that is still currently in the entity, ensuring that the stability. The second phase of the turnaround strategy is more looking at efficiencies, making sure that there's processes and procedures. We are improving on our internal controls to make sure that all these findings that we have, or the audit findings that we have from the past, we are not repeating them. Issues related to regular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure are addressed. The major step or the major phase that secures the turnaround of the entity is where now we said we are expanding the operating model of GAAL, which answers the question, Chair, that you raised earlier on to say, are you only looking at Polokwane International Airport? What about the other airports? So our view as the board was the fact that before you go and try and manage other airports, have a good practice of managing one airport, number one. Get it to the level where it operates at the right level of efficiency and it's also growing in terms of its own revenue generation. Number three, make sure that it has got what we call your fixed cost headcount, as in the right level of managers who understands, as an agency of GAAL, I'm managing one airport, but I can use the same resources to manage other airports. So we wanted to make sure that operationally and financially, we have settled enough with Polokwane International Airport so that those same resources now can be also extended to manage other airports. So yes, as part of our growth or expansion of the model, we are looking at managing other airports. There's been a few names mentioned, and I think it's also mentioned in the report. The strategy is not just to choose any other airport in the province, but it's to look at what we call the route network. Based on the data that we analyze to say there's actually already movement of people in specific areas, let's go and manage that airport so that that smaller airport becomes a feeder airport into Polokwane International Airport. The second aspect of the model, expanding the operating model, it looks at us including over and above flying passengers, because currently it's only passengers that are flying into Polokwane International Airport. We want to introduce cargo operations because, as members would know, there's a lot of traffic on between N1 and joining into the Gauteng cities. There's a lot of traffic of goods, not just people, but goods that are on the road. That's why we want to establish a cargo operations, which is now going to add another revenue stream to the entity. Thirdly, another revenue stream that we are driving hard, you can call it expanding the operating model, but it's more about using the current capacity. We have a lot of hangars and office space that has not been occupied, so we've aggressively are trying to get the occupancy or the occupancy of those facilities to get to a higher level. There's one big hangar there, we call it the blue hangar, where we identified that we want to establish what we call MRO, maintenance, repair, and overall for aircraft facilities in that entity. It used to have an occupant many years ago before COVID, and I think they left due to the COVID downturn. As part of us pushing to get an occupant into that, because it is so big that just getting someone in there already boosts our revenues. I think late last year we managed to secure in 2023 in actual fact, we managed to secure Airlink is now having the maintenance, repair, and overall activities in that airline, into the building. So the expansion also looks at making sure that the hangars that are currently there and the shops that are in there, we fully occupy them so that we improve our revenue generation. I'm trying to show you that there's a lot of, not streams, but initiatives that we are running to make sure that we are generating our own income, and in doing that, we want to rely less and less on the grant funding that will be coming from the shareholder. We still have a guarantee that we will meet the turnaround by the year 27-28, because we understood that there's no extension beyond this, and that's a big drive now by the board to make sure that on the projects that management has identified, we push to make sure that we close on these projects. There was a question on the collapse of GAAL, category 7 other routes. I think I've already responded to that. Late submission of Fs, there was a question. The question I think was, when you have warm bodies or people that are earning salaries, why did we submit the Fs late? The Fs that were submitted late happened in the period of 2022. At that time, we did not have a CFO. Remember, the board started April 2021. The CFO who's currently joining us here, he was appointed 11th of July, if I remember well, 2022. At that time, preparing for the Fs, we had junior people who were trying their level best, but they were out of their wits in terms of leading the project or compiling the Fs. We even tried to outsource some of the activities, and we paid a price later because some of the submissions we received from the third party leaded us to getting some of the audit matters that we found later on. So since we appointed the CFO, 11th of July, we've never had a repeat of these late submissions of Fs. And I believe that with the capacity that we have now in the finance organization, we should not see that happening going forward. There was a question on the turnaround strategy. I think I've addressed that, how effective it is. As a board, we believe it's effective, and we are monitoring the projects on a close basis to make sure that we do not exceed that. There was a question about this so-called capacity. Was it based on assessment when we said there was no capacity? I think what I tried to allude is that you had a lot of junior people. So there was a lot of senior managers who either left due to resignation or left because there was a misconduct case against them. Some of them, if they were not dismissed, they resigned while they were on suspension. And we ended up having a lot of junior people. So they could do their role at the level that we are employed at, but trying to get them to operate at a higher level, it was a complete challenge. That applied in finance and also in operations. One of the things that the board had to do at the time to make sure that the downgrading, because we were downgraded on 6th of April, and then the downgrade was lifted around October 2021. I remember that myself and another member of the board, Mr. Ramutanda, we had to have a task meeting that we're chairing every week with the management team to make sure that we get them to close the findings. Why? Because we did not have a senior manager operations who could lead those activities. So you found the board now stepping from being a board, being very operational in order for us to achieve that. So the capacity gap was based on the fact that we didn't have people at a senior level who could drive some of these initiatives that we needed to close. I think there was a question about the collapse of the board. I think with the MEC's help, we've addressed that. And then the last question was about administering Polokwane International Airport. I think I've addressed that. I think from my notes, Chair, I've addressed all the questions that we asked. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I did hear you indicating that the rest of your team can be able to answer. It's good when we hear from all of them. If there are questions which were not answered by the chair, I'm allowing you, Honorable MEC, to allow them to reply. You know, sometimes even if it's the issue of minimizing or maximizing time, we want to hear them. We don't want to listen to the chair. What if this work is being done by him and him alone? And you live here, some of the things that you are committing to this committee are not correct. So I'm insisting, Honorable MEC, that let it be a collective effort. Let everyone speak there. They were noting, unless if it's a board decision or one man, I will run with it. I'm just saying on the lighter note, Honorable MEC, that let your team help the chair to respond to the questions that are being posed by the members. Now,
thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Marty Susan Violet, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I think Ishibam Shobelat in the they've heard you. And that's what I said, to say we are not here just to come and listen to one man, because this one is not like his answers, it is our answers. We have to answer, because this is what is expected from us, or not him. And then there was that question, the first question that was supposed to be answered, but the chairperson didn't answer to that one because he said he wants clarity from Honorable Smart. So I will request that.
No, I'm not going back to that question.
Okay. It's fine. So if there's anyone who wants to say something on what the chairperson was saying, you are ready, HOD? Yeah. I will read it to the HOD, then CEO, you want to say something? Okay. HOD.
Thank you, MEC. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Stephen Masilo Majana, the HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. I think from the side of the department, Chairperson, just to indicate that we're not anticipating any collapse over and above the secondment of officials. We have created, we're doing what we call an oversight of GAAL. Every second month we sit down with GAAL and we let them account on the progress. We advise them on many other issues. Of importance in the oversight meeting, we then look at the implementation of the turnaround strategy, because it's a multi-year kind of a plan. We're looking at the commitments of this year and we're trying to ensure that everything that has been there is actually implemented. Where there are challenges, we're able to push together with the CEO just to ensure that all the commitments in the plan are implemented, and all the governance structures that have been put in GAAL, just to ensure that there is no collapse in relation to those issues. All the governance structures are running, all the issues are actually dealt with. The audit findings, your risk-related issues, ICT in the main, and their projects. Of importance is also the expenditure, to ensure that it is spent properly and it is supporting the business of GAAL in terms of expansion. And just to add a bit in terms of what the chair has been saying, GAAL has recently signed off a service provider who's going to run a flight school. That really shows that is actually revenue that is going to be coming into GAAL. And it's part of what is in the strategy. It is documented there. Now it has been implemented, and we're looking forward just to ensure that many other projects are going to be implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, and they covered. There is a hand there.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Salom Mabilane. I'm the board member. Chair, I just wanted to give comfort to the committee to say it's a collective effort. We always have meetings really in preparation for today's meeting. So in our meetings, we always request the chair to represent us. So that's why the chair would always take lead and charge. But it is a collective.
I'm changing that. Approach is overruling each We want to listen to everyone. What if it's the question of capacity amongst the board members? We want to hear that. Okay. What is that? Follow up. Okay. I'm going to start, and let's be precise. Remember, we're still on question one. Of course, we're not in a hurry, but I'm simply saying, let's be precise. Ask questions with precision. Honorable Faith will be the first one. Honorable Mapuru will be the second one. Honorable TC, and then Honorable Maketa, you will close it.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Scopa, member of Scopa. Just on follow-up, Chair. I'm not sure if I followed very well the explanation of the MEC when she was responding in relation to the status of the board. Or is it possible, or is there a chance that we might be sitting here with a board that is illegal? Based on what you were explaining, Chair. And how is it possible that junior officials are appointed at such a critical managerial position to act after the CFO had left at that time? And also, what is GAAL saying, its policies regarding people who resign, who leave the entity without doing any proper handover? Because I think it would have assisted the people that came in to act there in terms of them doing their work moving forward. So what is the policy saying there of GAAL with regards to that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Faith. Honorable Mapolo.
Thank you, Chair. Mine will be Lawrence Mapodo, member of Scopa. I'm just adding on the issue of lawfulness of the board. The board was appointed 2021 on April, okay? 2022, 2023, 2024. And between that space, there are certain vacancies which were filled by the MEC. And I think if we are saying the board's lifespan is 3 years, it ended in 2024. And I don't know what, and also asking to say how many people were left in the board before those vacancies were filled, and which decisions and resolutions were taken by that members of the board during that time. We must be able to be told to say the board was incomplete, and the MEC added the people, but what we'd like to know, which decisions were taken during that period when the board was incomplete. But seated here, I would say, Chair, in terms of calculations, you are not supposed to be here today. All of you, including the chairperson, you are not supposed, unless you clear us in a better way, to say you have been given an extension by which section of the law and what regulation have compelled you to do that, even to take decisions while you still have vacancies. Around September, I think around September is when you filled those positions. Now, meaning between that period, what was happening, which item were blessed by the steppers and the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempo Montisi. I'm not going to repeat on the term of the board because from the explanation of the MEC, maybe if we have an extension of the board, if it started in April 2021, it's end in April 2024, maybe if there is an extension. When you put the other member on the board, the other member is entering at the board at that term of the board, not at the time when you appoint him or her and she or he will spend 5 years. So unless if explained, then I have a very, very critical concern on the term of the board from the explanation, MEC. The other thing is straightforward. You speak about the very good and appreciative intention of the turnaround strategy. Sitting here where we are, myself, I want to see. You spoke of the expanding a model, a very good presentations. I want to know is still your intentions, or today as we are sitting here, do we have a tangible examples that you are introducing a cargo operation or is still an intention. There is a difference between the two. So, on this introduction of the cargo, yes, I understand that we have more products from Bomiekezi, from Zebediela, from ZZ2, and so on, which can be taken to Johannesburg or be taken to overseas. And the last one on that, turn around strategy. Yeah, proceed. Oh yeah, they were still focusing. I thought maybe they are not going to hear the question, so let's allow them to. Yeah, the last one on the strategies, that are you combining your turnaround strategy and the strategy of Musina Makado Special Economic Zone? I'm saying this because the Makado Musina Special Economic Zone, they were planning to have another small airport where the people who are coming from overseas, the investors, will go there. It was just on the paper on their turnaround strategy, the Makado Musina. And then, do you have a good relationship with the private, what we call the private lending around the province, including Hoedspruit and so on? Yeah, I think those are the follow-up questions.
No,
Thanks
very much, Machete, first member of this committee. Just still on the board, I think the question would be, is the board's term expired? If yes, provide that answer that it is indeed. And if its term has been extended, give details so that we then have a sense of what is happening. Secondly, on a follow-up, on page 7, you spoke about the entity having to continue to make follow-up with legal representatives to finalize the cases.
Good afternoon.
Especially those that have prescribed. And then I asked a question as to whether you have got that capacity still to continue to flag on cases that have prescribed. And I think you can also provide that detail. If you would have answered the question on the plans that are in place to avoid recurrence of a downgrade, then it's fine. But I thought I did not get the essence of that question. It might have been clubbed into the presentation that was made. But I just want to check with you whether there are plans in place to avoid the recurrence of a downgrade. It's just a follow-up thought.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machete.
Yeah, just the last one.
Okay, you can
my
come.
name is Faith Scopa, a member of Scopa. With regards to the hangars that the chairperson was speaking about, I want to understand what is the state of that facility. Is it in a good condition to be used now? What is happening there? Are they refurbished? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't know. We're dealing with something interesting. So, you are fine in terms of follow-up questions. Honorable Smali, I'm going to allow you also to clarify that question. Honorable, let me see if you can remind him what was your challenge in terms of Smali's question, so that I want to, when you answer, you also include this question.
It was about the weekly movement, about the issue of CEO. you said there is a little movement. So we wanted you to clarify us which CEO are you referring to? Are you referring to the current one or the previous one?
Yeah. If I may, Chairperson.
Proceed, Honourable
Chairperson. Chairperson, your question, it makes reference to the litigation against by the previous CEO for unfair dismissal. If I was right, it's A1, Uncertainties Progress Summary Report, which is your page 3. Okay. And I would take that is to do with your previous CEO. There's been very little movement on that. And while I'm on it, Chairperson, I will add that I see that there's also from the previous board, unfair dismissal of board member, asking 11.5 million rand. Maybe also clarity on that, because I know a board member, even in the full 5 years, doesn't even earn 11.5 million rand. So maybe clarification on the little progress of dealing with the accountability part of the ex-CEO or that movement or that line item, as well as the ex-board members, 11.5 million. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Maybe before you respond, I will try to phrase my question. Which one is it? If you are to look at your bundle, where you speak about Annex 7.18, which speaks to the late submission, and I think was the point that was made that the CFO was not able to submit AFS on time, and reference was made to this annexure. But when I tried to go through this report, I just want you to provide more clarity on this one. Maybe the other one. Why are your verbal warning written? Maybe you'll school us today. I'm very much interested. A verbal warning is written. What becomes the written warning? Is verbal. Maybe that level of GAAL, things are a bit different. If clarity can be provided also in terms of that, because also how you get to package your reports and present them at this level speaks to also the work that you are doing at that level. So would appreciate if we can be able to be clarified on those two issues. And then you deal with the rest of the questions by members.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Martin Sonovalet, the MEC for Transport and Community Service. I will start with the elephant in the house, which is the issue of the board. So, Honorable Machete said I must say yes or no. Then the answer is yes. The board's term of office has expired if they've been appointed in April 2021. But when I arrived in the office, I found that there was an extension that was made during the time when they were making sure that they include other members, they appoint other members to fill those gaps. So, or those vacancies from the board. So, meaning that extension was starting from April 2024 to September, this year, September 2025. So, in between, we sat down with the management to say, because going out in September 2025 based on the extension, we are going to advertise the boards in April 2025, so that when they go out in 2020 in September, there will be no vacancy. They will start working. The new board will start working. We are not going to wait for them to expire in September, but we will be doing our work so that when they go out, then there will be a new board having been appointed. So the answer is yes. And out of them, how many? There are 8 in number. 4 resigned. They were left new 4. So 4 new were appointed last year in April. So hence the board's term of office was extended to September this year. So we are going to advertise this April. Thanks. I'm sure I can take it to Chairperson, HOD, CEO, the entire team. I'm sure you will note him all these questions. So Chairperson will take some, CEO, some, HOD, until to the end. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, MEC. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, MEC. My name is Ditruso Victor-Kaba. I'm the Chairperson of the board. I've agreed with the CEO that she will take some of the questions, and she can also ask the CFO to step in where required. I'll only take one question, Chair, which was a follow-up question to say, why did we have junior people who were acting in positions that they were not capable of? So we had, it was almost like a domino effect, Chair. You had the CFO who's got senior managers reporting to him. Now the CFO resigns without serving notice. One of the capable members is appointed to act as a CFO. That member also, there was an institution of disciplinary hearings against that person while they're acting as CFO. And as a result, while they were on suspension, they resigned and they served their notice while on suspension. That's how we ended up with most of the middle management that could have acted in a better position in the positions of the senior management. That's how we ended up in that type of position. So it was not the default to go for junior people, but it was just almost like a domino effect of senior like an executive leaving, senior members who are acting, they also leave the entity without doing the handover, and then we started having the junior people operating in that regard. I think I will close my response.
Just a moment, there is an order raised.
Yes, Chairperson, I don't do this order. I actually don't do this actually. But my apologies. I just heard the Chairperson said that the CEO resigned. And here on the significant uncertainties, it speaks to unfair dismissal of the acting CEO. And I will just leave it there, because what I hear, what I just heard now, and what I'm reading here is two different things.
Okay, for the purpose of us
I
flowing,
need to understand.
no thanks, Honorable Smart. But for the purpose of us flowing with this hearing smoothly, let's allow them to deal with the questions we raised. Please note that question.
Okay.
I will allow you to bring the question after, so that at least we are able to be making progress. Yeah. You can proceed.
Thanks.
No, don't answer this one. You proceed with the questions how you were dealing with them. We'll come to Smali's issue later on.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. My name is Matthias Salvador, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Honorable Chairperson, the question was about the CFO. Why did you allow the junior people to act on the position of CFO? So, but let me allow my other team members to continue with the other questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair. My name is Ditroso Victor Klava, Chairperson of the Board for GAAL. For the rest of the questions, Chairperson, I will ask the CEO to take over, and she will rely where required on the other colleagues to also respond. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mohadi Matli, and I'm the CEO for GAAL. The first issue relating to the board, the MEC and the Chair spoke about the extension, and I just want to mention that I've just emailed the extension letters to the Secretariat so that they've got it on file. I'm going to respond to the question regarding the handover policy. Our policy says that when employees resign, they must give a 30 days notice. And under normal circumstances, in that 30 days, that's when the handover report is done and we do a whole handover process. It's unfortunate that in these cases that we are talking about in the file, the employees that have left the organization left without notice because they were facing disciplinary hearings, they were under investigations, and they literally, one of them resigned while on suspension, so there was no opportunity for notice. However, what we do is if you leave the organization without giving notice, we deduct the 30 days pay from your last pay to recover the 30 days that you should have worked. Besides these cases, we have never had a case where an employee leaves before the 30 days, and some of them have actually served longer periods, especially in operations, to make sure that they do proper handover. The other question that I will deal with is about the expanding model, whether what we have in the turnaround strategy is tangible, and I would like to touch just on a few projects that we are working on in terms of the operating model. The first one is the resuscitation of operations at PR Mpepu Airport. We advertised a request for proposals so that we can attract a strategic investor that will come and invest in the resuscitation of the infrastructure and assist with the operation of the airport. That RFP closed end of January, and we are busy with the processes of evaluating and making sure that we follow all the processes required to acquire a strategic business investor. The second one is relating to expansion, is related to the cargo operations. We have also advertised a request for proposals. It closed now in the month of March. We just need to start the process where we can also appoint a strategic partner that will come and invest in ensuring that we've got these operations running. The reason we are going through the investor process is because as GAAL, we do not have the financial capability or the funds to be running these operations and fixing the infrastructure ourselves. Another project that we're working on is the museum. If you drive into the airport, on your right, there's an old aircraft that's standing there. Effective from yesterday, we've got a service provider that's cleaning up that aircraft. And the idea is that we are turning that into a museum, and we are working with the military as well so that they can give us some of their Air Force old aviation-related stuff that we can display in there. The reason why we went with the museum is because during your school excursions, we have about 500 learners that come to the airport to come and view aircraft. And our view was that let's get an aircraft where they can come in, sit, and have the feel of what it's like to be in an aircraft. And we'll be fixing up the cockpit as well so that they can see what the pilots are doing in there. Coupled with the museum, we are also getting simulators where people can come and pay to use the simulator and be able to get the experience of being in an aircraft, where you see the landing strip, you see everything that happens if you are in an aircraft. So there are a couple of projects that we're doing, but I just wanted to highlight those ones because those are the ones that are currently active that we are working with in terms of expanding our operating model. There was also a question related to our link between our turnaround strategy and the Musina Makado SEZ. On phase 4 of our turnaround strategy, we actually do make specific mention of Musina Makado SEZ. But over and above that, we have had Musina Makado hosting their investors at the airport so that they also get to understand the infrastructure that we have. We have also spoken about the fact that a lot of people that will be going to Musina Makado will be international travelers, and because Polokwane International holds the international license, any body that goes that direction that is coming from outside South Africa would need to land at Polokwane International, because that would be their port of entry and their port of clearance. But the visit that we had with their investors as well is for them to understand the kind of infrastructure that we have at Polokwane International Airport for their future expansion of their business as well. There was also a question related to a relationship that we have with private airports. Within Limpopo, we have a relationship with Hoedspruit. And one of the things that we have been doing with Hoedspruit is to see if we can rechannel some of their international travels that normally go to OR Tambo to clear before they go to Hoedspruit. If I can just make a reference, last year we had 2 flights that were carrying about 320 passengers, and they were coming from overseas going to Hoedspruit. And instead of them going to OR Tambo, we then agreed with Hoedspruit that they land and clear in Polokwane. That way then the revenue that Gauteng would have earned from OR Tambo then is routed to Polokwane International Airport, and that revenue then stays in the province for economic development. We are still looking at other ways that we can work together, but we do have a neat relationship with them, and we communicate and assist each other where we are able to benchmark and we are able to share ideas. There was a question related to the recurrence of the downgrade, what we are doing to make sure that we avoid it. There's a few things that we are doing. The first thing we noticed is that the downgrade was due to lack of maintenance. And effective from 2023, we put together a maintenance plan. And that maintenance plan, we actually made sure that it becomes part of our APP, so that it is assessed on a quarterly basis to make sure that we are meeting our targets. So when it comes to aviation, there are certain things where we need to calibrate the equipment, we need to maintain the infrastructure, and those are the things that sit in our maintenance plan. So this is monitored on a quarterly basis, and it forms part of the oversight meeting that the HOD was talking about, that we have every 2 months to make sure that we are up to date. Over and above that, we have introduced a quality department which does internal audit on aviation-related matter or operations-related matters. So we audit ourselves before CAA comes to audit us. So those audits that we do, we have targeted 12 per annum. Yeah, I think it's 12. We have targeted 12 per annum. This coming financial year, which is 25-26, we have also put it as part of our APP target, to make sure that the quality department also is monitored on a quarterly basis, to make sure that we don't drop the ball on that. Part of our reporting to the board as well, our Business Opportunity and Operations Committee, on a quarterly basis, we report to them in terms of audit findings and progress on closing them. There was a question about the state of the hangars. At the airport, we've got 17 hangars. The 16 are the ones that we have not rented them out yet, and they are actually still in perfect condition. Everything is still functioning well, and there's no need for refurbishment. The one hangar that needed a bit of refurbishment is the blue hangar, which is currently rented by Airlink. We had issues with the roof leaking. We had issues with the electric door not working. And part of our agreement that we have entered into with Airlink is that some of this maintenance will then be done as we continue, and where they have the internal capacity to fix those themselves, they are doing it, and we are sorting that out through our MOU that we have with Airlink. And the last one is why our verbal warnings are written. The reason we do that, Chair, is because in labor relations there's a concept of progressive action taking or taking action. And what we have noticed is that if I say to my employee, this is a verbal warning, and then we get to a point where I want to escalate that, but I have no record of the fact that I've given a verbal warning, they can dispute it, and we will end up in disputes where I say, but I've warned you, and then they say that, but you didn't. So we record it so that if we then escalate to written or other harsher warnings, there is record that the discipline has been progressive. So we are doing it so that if we need to prove a case at CCMA or in a hearing, there is a record that has been sanctioned. Yeah, those are the ones that I was going to take. The last one is related to the legal issues, and the company secretary would be the one that would be able to respond to that.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Khabisa Sebola, company secretary for the mic. In terms of Thank you, Chair. I'm Khabisa Sebola, company secretary for the NCT. In terms of the legal matter, this dismissal of the acting CEO, the acting CEO was Thank you, Chair. I'm Khabisa Sebola, company secretary for the entity GAAL. The matter here is the dismissal of the acting CEO. The acting CEO was dismissed, and he referred the matter to the CCMA, and the GAAL won the case at the CCMA, and then the CEO further referred the case to the Labour Court for consideration. And since then, there was no action on the matter, and currently the entity is in the process of, making an application to dismiss the matter due to the fact that the applicant is untraceable and there is no action on the matter. That's the first one. And then the second one is with regard to the 11 million that you see there. What happened initially is Mr. Tanda was the board member. However, as it was indicated earlier on, due to the fact that at some stage, there were no executive management within the company, he was then appointed to act, in the position of the CEO. While in that position, he was dismissed, and then he referred, the matter to the CCMA as well. While the company also, was awarded the dismissal at the CCMA. He further again referred, the matter to the Labour Court, and again, due to the inactivity on the matter on the Labour Court, the case was therefore, struck off the roll and dismissed. Those were the two matters that the honourable member asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So my name is Saloma Bilane. I'm the board member. Chair, I wanted to add to what the company secretary was saying, to say the litigation against of the 11 million. Remember, it is sitting as a liability in our financial statement. So now when the case is struck off the roll, so it means in terms of our litigation register, we no longer have that liability. So that case, initially it means we no longer have it. It's no longer, there's no longer litigation against GAAL in this matter. So I'm talking about the 11 million that is in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those responses on the MEC. We do appreciate. Still very early in the day. It's what time? It's 1:15, and lunch is not yet ready. But I can also see members are still energetic. That we take second question, and this time around, honourable members, let's make a bit of progress in this sense. We pose focused questions and without any preambles. I think it will be able to assist us to cover sufficient ground before we get exhausted. Maybe through you, MEC, I will come to MEC, two things. One, if we can get those invitations to the investors, I think the CEO made the point that they've issued an invitation to investors to invest in some of the airports, to invest. If you have a business plan to that effect, I don't know how you have framed your invitation. I think if, as a committee, we can be able to see, you'll be able to give us information. So if we can get those, it's not a question. If I'm to ask a question, I will say whether you have prepared a business plan detailing all the things that you want to do in those specific airports. I'm simply asking for that information. So, can I then ask honorable members to then take us to question 2? But yeah,
before that, I was not answered, Chair. I'm Lawrence Mapolo. I said the chairperson of the board indicated that there were 4 members of board who remained, okay? And during that time, he even said they were interacting with most of the officials. That it translates to me to say the board was still sitting with 4 members and decisions were taken. I need to know the legality of those meetings, because you said you remained with 4 people, and in most, so that issues could be pushed, you were meeting with, I think, the CEO or others here. Now, remember, there were 4 members. I need the legality of the decisions that were taken during that time before filling of vacancies in September. I think it's what I've learned from the chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mapolo. Honorable, let me see if you can answer that question, so you allow us to proceed to question 2.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Matthias Sandvilen, the MEC for Transport and Community Development. I will hand it to Chairperson.
Thank you, MEC. My name is Dituriso Victor Kaba. I'm the chairperson of the board. In line with the MOI of the entity, we require a minimum of 4 board members in order for the board to correct. So the board was correcting. So any decision that was taken by the board at the time is still legal. I think maybe the clarity that I need to give, and that is also captured in other reports that will be received from the AG, is the fact that because we did not have enough people with financial skills on the board, the audit and risk committee could not constitute. That was the only committee within the board that could not constitute. And there's records that also detail that the board members will find. But the board was legal in line with the MOI. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, can anyone take us to question 2? Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, you will deal with it. You can come in.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Asmat Matumani. I'm the member of this committee. I'm going to take question 2 of the 2023. Irregular expenditure. Executing authority on paragraph 39 of the AG's report. The AG report that effective and efficient steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure amounting of 557,208 as disclosed in Rule 38 to the annual financial statement as required by Section 51 of 1B and Roman Figure 2 of the PFMA. Cumulative irregular expenditure as at 31 March 2023 amount of 50,766 million. Most of the irregular expenditure was caused by non-compliance with preferential procurement regulations. On paragraph 41, prepayments were made before the services were rendered in contravention of Treasury Regulation 31.1 of .2c. Question A. Why did the accounting authority fail to take effective and efficient steps to prevent irregular expenditure as required by Section 51 of 1B, Roman Figure 2 of the PFMA? Question B. Why did the accounting authority allow the chief financial officer to make prepayment before the services were rendered in contravention of Treasury Regulation 31.1.2 of C? Question C. Provide a breakdown of the irregular expenditure. Question D. Who are the responsible officials? Question E. What action did the executive authority take against the accounting authority? Question F. What action did the accounting authority take against the chief executive officer, chief financial officer, the CFO, and other responsible officials? Question D. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Let's move to the 2024 financial year. Question 2 of 2024 is as follows. Irregular expenditure. Executive authority in paragraph 26 of the AG's report, the AG reports that effective and efficient steps were not taken to prevent the irregular expenditure of 353,431,000 as disclosed in Note 40 to the annual financial statement as required by Section 51 of 1B and Roman Figure 2 of the PFMA. Recurring matters from 2022-2023 financial year. Question A. Why did the accounting authority fail to take effective and efficient steps to prevent irregular expenditure as required by Section 51 of 1B and Roman Figure 2 of the PFMA? Question B. Provide breakdown of the irregular expenditure incurred. Question C. Who are the responsible officials? Question D. What action did the executive authority take against the accounting authority? Question E. What action did the accounting authority take against the chief executive officer, chief financial officer, CFO, and other responsible officials? Question F. Why did measures put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Question G. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Yeah, thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much, Honorable MC. I now give you an opportunity to respond to the question.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Matthias Sangvailet, the NEC for Transport and Community Safety. Let me hand over to my team. Anyone who's ready?
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair. My name is Ditoriso Victor Kaba. I'm the chairperson for the Board of GAAL. I will take the committee through the responses to the questions, starting with the financial year 2022-23. On page number 10, response to question 2A reads as follows. The Accounting Authority failed to take effective and efficient steps to prevent irregular expenditure due to the following. On the case of Mesh Africa Cuisine to the amount of 11,400, the reason is that the transaction happened in January and February 2022 during the advent in which there was a lack of capacity in management and lack of oversight at the correct level. Junior employees were acting in senior roles without impunity. Both CEO and CFO were seconded from DTCS in an acting capacity. 3 quotations were not obtained for the catering services due to poor planning, which led to non-compliance to the SCM policy processes. Reference is made to Annex 2.1 in the bundle. Second case, Rambo Investments to the value of 15,999. An employee had a vehicle mechanical breakdown at or around 1,600 hours on a work trip and acquired services of a service center without following SCM processes. The entity does not have a policy or procedure to be followed in the case of a breakdown, and as such, the employee used his discretion to get assistance out of fear of being stuck at home. The root cause to the irregular expenditure was deficiencies in the controls and guidelines of vehicle breakdowns. Annex 2.2 is referred to the matter. The third case is for E.T. Chipota to the value of 151,070 rands. The service provider was appointed on an RFQ process as the contract was less than R1,000,000. The contract was structured in such a way that the service provider charges the entity for hours worked and for material bought to complete the services. Payment made to the service provider exceeded R1,000,000 due to poor expenditure management. The finance and the operations department failed to monitor the expenses to ensure that the cost did not exceed the contract value. This was due to lack of capacity and oversight at the right level of management. Reference is made to Annex 2.3 in that regard. The fourth matter is for Zenstone Dignified Wear to the value of 378,740 rands. SCM processes were not followed, and the procurement had elements of fraud. Hence, management sanctioned a forensic investigation. The employee abused rights granted to him as a system administrator and subverted the internal controls that were in place by creating and loading a supplier in the financial system known as SAGE. This was contrary to the standard procedure, as all supplier master file changes or amendments, including creating and loading of suppliers, should be done by the SCM officials. Reference to the matter is made to Annex 2.4. In total, all these matters add up to 557,209 rands. Responses to question 2B reads as follows. Unless otherwise stipulated in a contract with the service provider, the entity does not allow prepayments. Where prepayments apply, this is done in accordance with the provisions of Treasury Regulation 31.1.2, paragraph C. The Accounting Authority, through the Delegation of Authority framework, allows procurement of less than 5 million rands to be processed by management. The finding related to the prepayment of 378,478 for staff uniform that was never requested by the end-user department nor delivered by the service provider. This amount is below the delegation of the Accounting Authority, and as a result, the prepayment was not processed nor allowed by the Accounting Authority. Management instituted a forensic investigation regarding the procurement of uniforms. The investigation revealed that there were elements of fraud on the transaction as a result of poor controls and lack of segregation of duties, as there was no capacity and correct level of oversight in the finance department between December 2019 and June 2022. Reference is made to Annexure 2.4 in that regard. Responses to question 2C. A detailed breakdown for irregular expenditure over the period of 2010-11 until 2022-23 is attached as Annexure 5 to the bundle. Question number 2B. There's a table breakdown, Chair, in response to the question of who were the responsible officials. We've given a breakdown for all the irregular expenditure. What I would want to draw the attention of the members to would be on the matters related to the 557,000. If you look at page number 17, item number 15, I'll start with that one. For the financial year 2022-2023, Zenstone Digital Ware, the official was Mr. Ngomani P, who was the chief accountant, Mr. N. Nechifefe, operations manager, and also acting CFO at the time, Mr. Mapiri, to the value of 378,740 rands. The action taken was that a forensic investigation was conducted and disciplinary actions were at the time they were underway, but it ended up in the dismissal of the member who was behind this fraudulent activity. The other one relates to item number 14 on the same page 17, just one up, 2022-2023, E.T. Chipota. The responsible officials is N. Nechifefe, operations manager, and J. Ramache, SCM manager, to the value of 693,067. An investigation was conducted and written warnings were issued to Mr. Nechifefe and Mr. Ramache, and reference is made to Annexure 7.3, 7.4, and also Annexure 7.2. Just one item up, item number 13. 2022-2023, the matter of Remco Investments, employee acquired services of a mechanic without obtaining quotations. The responsible official is E. Manamela, who was the chief security officer, to the value of 15,999. An investigation was conducted and Mr. Manamela was issued with a verbal warning, Annexure 7.2 and 2.2 reference. The last one is item number 12 on the table for Mesh Africa Cuisine. The official involved is S. Matabani, who is the SA officer, to the value of 11,400. An investigation was conducted and a written warning was issued to Mr. Matabate. References made to Annexure 7.1 and 2.1 respectively. Moving forward to responses to question 2E, it reads as follows. The actions taken by the Executive Authority against the Accounting Authority are as follows. The Executive Authority and the Accounting Authority signed a shareholder compact which outlines duties and performance expectations from the Executive Authority to the Accounting Authority. Accounting Authority's performance will be measured against the shareholder compact. In the board introductory meeting held on 17 October 2023 and the induction session held on the 8th of February 2024, the Executive Authority cautioned the current board about GAAL's previous performance, late submission of EBS and compliance documents, its collapse and its inability to be financially self-reliant. The Accounting Authority outlined their expectations of improvement in governance, oversight, and performance as the board is now fully constituted with experienced members. Reference is made to Annexure number 6. The Executive Authority opened SAPS cases against former board members that were involved in the approval of tenders that led to the irregular expenditure. Although there was not there has not been any progress from the police. The entity continues to make follow-ups with the authorities in that regard. Reference is made to annexure number 15. Moving on to responses to question number 2E. No action was taken against the current CEO and the CFO, as they have already taken corrective action against the responsible official for the 2022-2023 irregular expenditure. Actions taken against the officials are captured in number 2D above. Responding to question 2G, the entity developed an audit action plan to address findings and to improve internal controls to prevent the recurrence of the anomalies. Reference is made to annexure 10. The bid committee training was conducted for officials that are involved in bid committees. Reference is made to annexure number 3. An SCM checklist has been implemented to verify that SCM procedures have been followed before procurement is finalized. And in that regard, reference is made to annexure number 11. The entity established a financial management committee, in brackets FMC, to deal with financial misconduct and to compile recommendations for condonation to Treasury. Reference to that is made to annexure number 30. The entity is in the process of clearing cumulative irregular expenditure amounting to 50 million and 45 rands. 50 million and 50.045 million through a condonation process with Limpopo Treasury and has to date cleared 3.602 million. Reference is made to annexure number 8. The entity operated without a BARC since August 2021. BARC, which stands for Board Audit Risk Committee, is responsible to oversee financial management of the entity and to deal with fruitless and wasteful expenditures. The shareholder appointed additional board members in November 2023 to enable the board to constitute BARC. BARC has to date held 3 meetings at the time of writing this report in December 2023, January and March 2024, part of which was addressing irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Reference is made to annexure number 12. Internal auditor has been appointed to provide assurance and conduct periodic audits in terms of their audit plans, which were approved by the bank. Reference is made to annexure number 10. Irregular expenditures are being reported to Limpopo Treasury monthly as per Treasury Instruction Note. Investigations are conducted and recommendations were implemented as part of the investigation reports. Reference is made to annexure number 2.1 until 2.4. The services of ET Chipota were terminated to avoid further irregular expenditure. Reference is made to annexure number 4. The entity is in the process of resubmitting its application for condonement to Limpopo Treasury before the end of first quarter 2024-2025. With your permission, Chairperson, I will then pivot over to the responses on the subsequent financial year. My only emphasis will only be on paragraph 2A, which gives the details of the irregular expenditure that was incurred in the year. The total of the irregular expenditure amounts to 353,000. I'm now on page 7 check. It amounts to 353,431 rands. And the breakdown is as follows. Matter number 1 is for Flag Craft International to the value of 3,073. The reason was that a procurement of windsocks without following SCM regulations, 3 quotations were not obtained. The operations manager made the procurement without obtaining the 3 quotations as the item was needed urgently to close South African Civil Aviation Authority findings. The second matter refers to DBL to the value of 69,000. Deviation to procure services was not approved before services were rendered. The operations manager gave an instruction to the service provider to continue with services without obtaining the necessary approval. The third matter relates to Mopiet Communications to the value of 16,000. The entity appointed Mopiet Communications for recording services for Scopa reappearance hearing without obtaining 3 quotations. The entity appointed the service provider without obtaining written confirmation that Mopiete Communications is the preferred service provider. The last matter relates to ERS biometrics to the value of 265,358. The entity procured the additional biometric devices directly from the OEM, which stands for Original Equipment Manufacturer, that had installed the initial biometric systems without following the competitive bidding process. The entity was unable to obtain a firm confirmation that other different biometric devices would not be compatible to the current ERS biometrics. In total, these transactions accumulate to 353,431. I will end my response now, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me see for traversing those questions. I will now take the opportunity to give honorable members an opportunity to ask follow-up questions. I'm just interested in this one. It's only one, I will not come back. Why will GAAL procure services for Scopa? When there is an explanation, because here it's not. It gives an impression that an entity can procure services for the legislature. That's what it's saying. But I think if that can be provided, it would be appreciated. Can I then take hands from the members if there are any follow-up questions?
I'm waiting for results because I was not satisfied with the arrangement Douglas said. I'll wait for it.
Okay. Honorable Machete.
Machete, first member of this committee. Just to check whether the shareholder compact could be provided for. If not, I might not have seen it. Just to have a sense as a committee in terms of the content of that. You will speak to it if it's located around. But secondly, though you are making reference, it's still on page 18, on Annexure 50. I might have gone through it, but I just want to check how consistently is your good self in the follow-up to the cases that are opened with the South African Police Service. Lastly, it's on the issue of bid committee training. Just to check as to what constitutes the membership of the bid committee. Is it constituted in the manner that it may as well lack certain prerequisites to be part, and if that is the case, that warranted the training to take place, or is training as a result of amendments, and what is the impact of that training towards the process of bidding? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machete. I think those are the follow-up questions. I will now give the Honorable MEC to then respond to the questions.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Martis Sambaile, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Let me go straight to question number 1. Why will GAAL procure services for Scopa? By the experience that I once had while I was a member of Scopa. When the department appear and only to find out that the department is dismissed by the committee itself. When it comes again, the ones who are supposed to procure everything from catering and all the services is supposed to be the department. But if this one is not about it, then I will allow the chairperson to give the correct answer. But this is what I know. When you appear again, the one to pay for everything will be the department concerned, no more Scopa or legislature. Thank you so much. Chairperson.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chairperson. My name is Victor, the Chairperson of the Board of GAAL. The MEC's reference to the reasoning is spot on, Chair. But with your permission, can I ask the CEO just to respond in detail to that, number one, and also respond to the questions that were asked by Honorable Mache. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mohadi Maki. I'm the CEO for GAAL. The request for the shareholder compact, I've just sent it to the Secretariat now. They can confirm receipt, so we have dealt with that. In terms of
the payment for recording services.
Oh, okay, all right. That one was definitely an event where we came to Scopa. We were not able to provide and respond to certain things, and Scopa had then sent us back to go correct our files and to provide the required information. And the undertaking was that because they would have catered for the first meeting, everything else then is on our account. That's how we ended up procuring those services. With regards to opening of cases, the truth is we are not very, 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 very consistent, and they say the truth shall set you free, but we do occasionally.
Not here.
Not here. I was hoping that is a general principle. But we do make, occasional follow-ups. There's one email that I've just sent to the coordinators. I've just asked our risk department to send me other emails so that we can forward as requested when we're dealing with number one. So we do follow up. It's not as regular as it can be. And we will make sure that we improve on that so that we make regular follow-ups. With regards to the bid committees, if I may just ask our CFO to deal with that. He's the subject matter expert in that, and these are the ones that I have. There was nothing else.
Yes.
Yes. If through you, Chair, if I may ask the CFO then to respond to that.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jeff Kiwani, CFO of GAAL. So with regard to bid committee training, these are trainings that are normally done on a regular basis, provided by the Provincial Treasury, especially to train employees that will ordinarily form part of the bid committees. This will be your specification, your bid evaluation, as well as your bid application. So in the main, this will be for incoming employees that will be co-opted into these committees, and as well the same training as the training for the other members that are already part of the various committees. So it's actually ongoing training as well as training provided to new employees who are expected to take part in the various committees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Faith. Before you come in, I was looking at the correspondences with the SIU, your follow-ups, and I'm not sure how correct will I be to think that one might say those are not official communications, especially as far as they can be presented to a forum like this when they are not signed. I think I stand to be corrected. Your correspondences are not signed. because it's just only between me. It's almost like WhatsApp conversations. If I'm correct in what I'm thinking, I will then suggest that perhaps your follow-up communications must be done in writing, formal letters, letterhead of that, or signature permit. I may be trying to be technical. I stand to be corrected. I'm just saying, if you send me an email like this and say this is proof that there is that communication and they are not signed, I think I would Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Honorable Fritz Wapera, member of this committee. Chair, with regards to non-compliance to SCM processes, it seems to be a norm in the NTT that one will just do things and then when it comes to the action, it's either the person has left or nothing has been done. Well, yes, there's cases where others are getting return warnings and all that. But I want to know if the entity is working on a way to stop this, to prevent this from happening further. Are they strengthening these procurement regulations processes or what, so that such a thing is prevented going forward? And Chair, if the MEC has agreed that we are sitting with a legal board, why are we still here, Chair? Thanks, Chair.
You can go deeper there. I didn't like to go deeper.
Letters of extension.
No, forget about that later.
Yeah.
You see, because if you can ask you about the complaint.
Okay. So, so this document which Honorable Machete asked is not signed. No?
It's not signed.
Just take note of that. The chairperson's signature is not witnessed. The signatures, but also, so I'm just saying, take note of that. We're able to, yes, we're able to keep things into order going forward. So just take note.
Perhaps Chair, we should check with our legal to advise us.
No, Honorable Faith. Remember, the board did send us letters to prove that this board's term has been extended. And to that extent, there is a process also to advertise for the new board. And I think to that extent, I want to insist that we proceed with the business.
I'm going to ask you, Chair, one straight question.
No, don't.
No, I have to, because you see, this is something that made me to be quiet now. You must listen to me. And if I'm not correct, you'll correct me. And I know you've been clearing me agree. But now you must listen to what I'm saying, Chair. It's a straightforward question. You have a board of 8 people. What is the correlation of that board? The number. Only the number. No, I'm asking the chairperson now. The correlation, you've got 8 members of the board. And that before even Fork and Vamoose, what is the correlation of the board of 8 people?
Honorable members, we are making very good progress. I'm not sure, Honorable Faith, if you were able to, the letters of extension to the members of the board, to legitimize their existence up until the new body is appointed. And to this extent, there are letters of extension. If you can check your emails.
They send us.
Before. Sorry?
We got that extension.
Check with the legal.
No, I agree. Honorable member, I agree. I don't think we have an issue. I'm saying we did ask for proof that indeed the extension of the board, the term of the existing board has been extended.
Yes.
And to that extent, we've received
The
letters of
extension.
Yes. Right? Now, if you want to question whether there can be an extension or whether that is legal or not, it's a matter that at this level we cannot be able to. What I would then say, we should be able to proceed with what we are doing, taking note of that concern. Because I'm not entirely dismissing what was this. Huh?
Legal is there.
Legal is there. You see, Chair.
That's the reason why it's
We are not going to Taiwan to get an idea now. For instance, about the creation of the board and what she's raising. I think that we got those people here who must be able to clear us. Because I can't sit here with something that I'm worried that it might be illegal. And I still proceed and asking them and make sure that the reason why I'm no longer speaking is because I need to be clear about the correction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe for that, no.
Chair.
Where is the legal? Yeah, maybe you can come in just to keep members at ease. Are you able to clear that so that we're able to...
Before we proceed, Madam, that I put my bags and go home now. No, and I'll go and protest outside. I've got that massage. I've got those massages. I've got it.
Chair. Chairperson. Faith. Yes. Impeded chairperson. Honorable Chair, he's not listening to me.
It's one of the shareholder compact. Shareholder compact. That one I dealt with it. Yeah. The shareholder compact, I think we did indicate to the MEC that is not signed. Okay, honorable members, we are being advised and advised correctly that let's put that question to the MEC, exactly the question that has been raised by Honorable Mapu. But any other issue that arises out of this matter, we will then note as the committee for processing. But let's get the response in terms of the quorum of the board, because I think that's the issue.
Yeah, that is the issue. If I can be clear there and be told that the quorum of 8 people is so, then I'm satisfied. And it must be there in your policy and must be circulated to and signed.
So Abud, I'm going to give the MEC an opportunity to just deal with that, and then I think we'll be good to go.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Martis Van Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. On the issue of a quorum, whether it was like legal or illegal for the board to continue while leaving 4 members. According to Memorandum of Incorporation, which was signed by in 2017 by the Advocate of the High Court, it does allow that 4 members can sit in a meeting and take decisions. So you will be finished with the copy, we do have the copy of that one. Meaning all the decisions that were taken with those 4 members while the other says at the time was legal. So now we can continue with the meeting because now the entire body is here. Only 3 or 4 are absent, but here we are at Scopa. By those decisions that were taken on our was correct and legal. We do have the document that tells us that. So the one that talks about the signing of the corporate whatever by between the executive authority and the HOD, that one was supposed to have been signed by the then chief in executive authority. So my understanding was to say that a copy is there and it has been signed because it was not me by that time, but I do accept whatever happened to say it is wrong if you have been given the one that is not signed. So that one is wrong. I accept that.
Let's correct that.
If it is not signed, but if it is not signed, then I will withdraw myself from saying I accept the wrong part of it. Yes.
No, thank you very much, honorable members. You are going to help rep because I think now. Okay, we'll then proceed to question 3. Proceed, honorable member.
Myself. I'm starting to feel a bit redundant because the question that Honorable Mapulo raised, I would have answered it very quickly. Like we are saying, as a portfolio committee, there's a lot of things that we are asking that we had already clarified, and it would assist sometimes if I quickly raise a hand. I would have already assisted and repped that 15 minutes going up and down should have not been here. Like we are saying as a portfolio committee and yourself as a standing committee, yes, there are areas that you are mandated and legislated by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa that you must probe and answer very well. So you and it's signed, adequately signed. So some of them, before you go back, we should show ourselves that we are really dealing with the issue of oversight together. I was about to read the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, what Scopa can and may do, and I'm like, no, maybe I might be overstepping my boundaries a bit, but please do bounce with me before you go to them. As an oversight committee, that we had adequately probed some of the questions that you are raising as a follow-up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. We'll utilize that resource. You are our resource.
Yeah, I'm here for that.
Chair.
Honorable Faith.
Thank you, and my name is Faith Scopa, and a member of Scopa. I was not answered. Remember I asked for are they strengthening their SCM processes with regards to the procurement regulations? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Martis Van Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety in the Board. Let me hand that one to the Chairperson of the Board.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair. My name is Ditruso Victor Klaba. I'm the Chairperson of the Board of GAAL. Chair, through your permission, can I ask the Chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee just to respond to that question? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. My name is Saloma Girane. I'm the board member and also chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee. We have got a delegation of authority that is signed by the, approved and signed by the board. The delegation of authority talks about 2 types of procurement. So we've got procurement below 5 million and over 5 million. So the one that is over 5 million it's approved by the board. That is where audit and risks come in. So one of the processes of our internal control in terms of ensuring that we follow and we adhere to SAM processes is that that procurement, if it's 5 million and over, it then comes to the audit and risk committee. We then deploy our internal audit to do what we call a probity check, meaning they must go and audit the entire SAM process from specification and advert and everything up to bid adjudication committee, so that internal audit can then give us an assurance to say that GAAL has followed proper SAM processes. Now, this is delegation over 5 million. Anything below 5 million sits with the entity, meaning with the CEO. So then the CFO can then respond in terms of procurement below our delegation of authority. So I just wanted to clear to say that not that it's done, you know, there are no caps or limits. We ensured that as a board we have to be responsible and accountable for anything that may be beyond that particular amount. The CFO can then continue.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jeff Luane, CFO of GAAL. So, over and above what the board chairperson has said, so in recent times, what we are doing to actually strengthen internal controls in supply chain, because we've realized based on the incurrence of previous regular expenditure that the majority of regular expenditure incurred will be in cases where you follow a single source quotation, or in cases where you expand on the already awarded contract. So what we are now doing is that all expansions and all requests to follow single source quotations and other deviations, instead of following the normal process whereby it will be a request that will go to individual approval process. So instead of that, all these deviations and expansions are actually have to be approved at the application committee level. So because our understanding is that because this is a committee which is constituted by various people, so a collective decision that will be at that level will be sufficient to actually ensure that all the necessary SM prescripts have been followed. And just to also beg on the chairperson of BARC, there are instances whereby during the supply chain processes, even though a certain procurement might not be above 5 million, but there are instances whereby there's distinction or differences between the bid adjudication committee and the bid development committee. In such instances, because of difference of opinion, will also then also subject that specific procurement to property checks, so that whatever decision is done, we've got an independent assurance provider, in this case internal audit as well, even though the procurement may be less than 5 million, so that issues are quite clear, so that any decision that will be taken thereof will be within the law. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Faith. Okay, Honorable Machet.
As member of this committee, what I'm going to say here may not necessarily need further discussion, because my take is that there will be supply chain management policy. Now, if the reference is made on the quorum, on the memorandum of understanding, the question that arises is that at that moment, it would imply that perhaps there was no supply management policy in place, because if it has been in place, it would have made that provision. So I'm saying we may not want to debate that further, but take that once the MEC has said that there is that, we should be able to live with that. But it takes us further that if indeed we may have a supply management policy, we should be able to be deposited so that we could then acclimatize ourselves whether the provision of the supply policy management committee in terms of the bid and the adjudication committee, at which point are they given a period in terms of their stay. So that's why I'm saying I'm just beefing it up. I may not necessarily say engage it further. We should be able to be satisfied with that, but also help us with the policy so that we then have each other understanding. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Master. I want to check, Honorable Members, if we can just take question 3, but engage it when we come back. Yes, we pose the question, we get the response, then we come back to engage on the. So can I then check the Honorable Faith? Yeah, can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Faith Scopa, member of Scopa. Question 3 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Executive Authority on paragraph 40 of the AG's report. The AG reports that effective steps were not taken to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 220,918 as required by section 51 subsection 1b 2 of the PFMA. Cumulative fruitless and wasteful expenditure as at 31 March 2023 is 9 million. Most of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure was caused by late filing of VAT returns. A. Why did the accounting authority fail to take effective steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure? B. Provide a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. C. How much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the entity recover from the responsible officials? D. Who are the responsible officials? E. What action did the accounting authority take against the chief executive officer, chief financial officer, and other responsible officials? F. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? G. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Question 3 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure 2023-2024 financial year. The executing authority in paragraph 37 of the AG's report, the AG reported that effective steps were not taken to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 676,502 as required by section 51(1)(b) II of the PFMA. The majority of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure was in respect of SARS interest and penalties for non-compliance, as well as interest levied on late payments to suppliers. This is a recurring matter from 2022-23 financial year. A. Why did the accounting authority fail to take effective steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure? B. Provide a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. C. How much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the entity recover from the responsible officials? D. Who are the responsible officials? E. What action did the accounting authority take against the CEO, the CFO, and other responsible officials? F. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? G. What measures did the accounting authority put in place in order to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly?
Thank you very much, Honorable Faith. I will now ask the Honorable MEC to respond to questions.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Martes Violet
MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Let me hand over to the chairperson of the board to take us through.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ditoriso Victor Klaba. I'm the Chairperson of the board for GAAL. I will take the committee through our responses for question 3, starting with question 3A. Our responses are as follows. The entity acknowledges that it failed to take steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 220,918 rands. The fruitless and wasteful expenditures were incurred as a result of interest and penalties charged for late payments of SARS for the October 2022 VAT period. The responsible official, in brackets chief accountant, was on suspension, and the responsibility to ensure timely submission and payment of VAT returns was allocated to the Revenue and Expenditure Manager. However, the transition and handover were not managed effectively, as the 2022 October VAT submissions was filed and paid late. The payment was missed by 2 days, as the filing and payment was effected on 02 December 2022 instead of 30 November 2022. The 51,306 interest incurred for municipality was also due to late payment of the municipal account. The interest was incurred up to 30 June 2022 during the period in which there was a lack of capacity in the management and lack of oversight at the correct level. Both the CEO and the CFO were seconded from Department of Transport and Community Safety in an acting capacity, and junior officials were acting as senior positions. Planning was not at its level best. The expenditure was incurred for penalty imposed for non-compliance with South African Civil Aviation Authority regulations, as untrained security screeners were posted in areas that required certified screeners. SCAA removed the screeners from their posts and imposed a fine on the airport. CIPC penalty was incurred due to non-filing of annual returns. The penalties related to non-filing of annual returns for previous 3 financial years, for the financial year 2019-2020, 2020-21, and 2022-23. Non-filing occurred during the period in which there was a lack of capacity in the management and lack of oversight at the correct level. The details are listed below. For SARS, interest and penalties amounted to 142,000. For Polokwane Municipality, interest amounted to 51,306. For SCAA, a penalty amounting to 24,000, and for CIPC, penalties amounting to 3,000, all tallied up to 220,918 rands. Responding to 3B, a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure is attached. Please see annexure number 13. Responding to question 3C, to date, there has not been any amount recovered from the responsible officials. The entity approached creditors to negotiate reversal of interest and penalties charged and has recovered 345,785 of the cumulative amount of 9,049,000 rands from AGSA and from Polokwane Municipality. Reference is made to Annexure 14. Responding to question 3D, there's a table breakdown starting on page 23. For the financial year 2022-2023, SARS penalties and interest, the responsible official was Mr. P. Ngomani, who was the chief accountant. The amounts were 1,416 and also 566,123. Actions taken, Mr. Ngomani was charged and went for a hearing in 2022 for the interest incurred in 2018, 2020, 2021, and 2022, and was issued with a final written warning and 3 months suspension without pay. Reference is made to Annexure 7.5. And then for prior periods, Ms. Matabata was issued with a written warning for 2015-16, 2016-17 financial years, Reference is made to annexure number 7.11. Accounting authority is deliberate on actions to be taken against the CO and CFO for SARS penalties incurred in 2022-2023. Chairperson, with your permission, can I skip the rest of the years on the table and proceed to the next questions, which is question 3E. In response to question 3E, we said, please refer to table 3D about the action that has been taken. Responses to question 3F. In the board introductory meeting held on the 17th of October 2023 and the induction session held on 8th February 2024, the executive authority cautioned the board against GAAL's previous performance, late submission of annual financial statements and compliance documents, its collapse and the inability to be self-reliant. The accounting authority outlined her expectations of improvement in governance, oversight and performance as the board is now fully constituted with experienced members. Reference is made to Annexure 6. The executive authority and the accounting authority signed a shareholder compact which outlines duties and performance expectations from the executive authority to the accounting authority. The accounting authority's performance will be measured against the shareholder compact. Responses to question 3G. The entity developed an invoice register and invoices are stamped to monitor the date that the invoice was received against the payment date to prevent interest and penalties. Reference is made to Annexure 16. Late payments of municipal and AG invoices were because invoices were delivered in hard copy or through the post, which resulted in late delivery. Invoices are now received via email on a monthly basis to avoid delays. Annual returns for CIPC to be submitted on the same submission date with the annual financial statements on 31 May, 1 month before the due date, on an annual basis to ensure that the submission is not missed. Outlook reminders for SARS submissions, that being VAT and PAYE, have been incorporated as part of the internal controls effective September 2023. This control measure will further enhance the current measures that are in place to avoid the recurrence of interest and penalties. With your permission, Chair, can I read the responses for the subsequent year, 23-24? In the file, I'm on page 16. Responses to question 3A. The accounting authority acknowledges that it failed to take effective and efficient steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure due to the following. In the first matter, it was SARS interest and penalties to the value of 612,000. The reason being, the interest and penalties relate to a legacy debt that the entity owed to SARS for the financial year 2020-2021, 2021-2022 financial years for VAT amounts that were not paid. SARS invoked Section 179 of the Tax Administration Act and requested that the entity's bankers, being ABSA, to pay the amount of 7,782,760 rands, including interest over to SARS. The amount was paid to SARS on 6 November 2023. The entity did not incur any interest and penalties that related to non-submission and non-payment of VAT in the 2023-2024 financial year. The second matter relates to interest for AGSA. 62,845 was the amount. Interest incurred on late payment of AGSA invoices due to cash flow constraints experienced by the entity as a result of the unexpected settlement of the SARS legacy debt. 62,845 was credited by AXA after the 2023 financial year. Annexure 14 is included in reference. The third matter refers to CIPC interest to the value of 1,000 rands. The entity incurred interest on late filing of the annual returns. If I proceed then to responses to question 3B, I think I will skip that one, Chair, for now. If the Chair allows me, if we go to page number 18, so that we can refer to the food gas and wasteful expenditures for the year under review. There's a value, if you look at page number 18, reference matter SARS penalties and interest for the value of 612,657 for the year 23-24. This related to the following people: Mr. Pingomani, who's the chief accountant, Mr. J. Kulwani, the CFO, and Ms. M. Matli, the chief executive officer. The actions taken: a disciplinary hearing was held against Mr. Ngomani, and a final written warning and 3 months suspension without pay were sanctioned against him. No action was taken against the CFO and the CEO, as they acted against the responsible official. With that, Chair, I will stop there with my responses.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC and team. We are very appreciative of your active engagement with the committee. I think to that extent, I want to ask that we pause here and go for lunch. When we come back, honorable members will then deal with follow-up questions. Thank you very much. Yes. Very important. Yeah. 4 o'clock. What? 3. they are doing certain things quickly, they will come back and join us. I just feel it would be unfair to sit like this when we have agreed that by 3 o'clock we must start. We are 8 minutes late. And to that extent, I will run with the 2 members. They will join us when we stand to proceed. Because we don't want to, even the people who are watching us live through Facebook, YouTube, and other means, they are waiting. And I don't think they will understand why we are not starting. So we must just do justice to everyone and start with the Before we went for lunch, and I must welcome you back, honorable members, honorable Faith and honorable Machete, MEC, HOD, chair of the board, and your team there. Thank you very much for staying the course. I think we are almost there. When we broke for lunch, we agreed that when we come back, the first thing we'll do is to accord members an opportunity to interface with the responses as a way of making follow-ups if there is a need. So I'm going to allow members to ask follow-up questions based on question 3. Just to get more information, certain things are not well clarified, or if the information is vague, let's ask those questions, so that in the ultimate analysis, we then have responses that are clear for everyone. Maybe that the board and your team members is still sitting there, because Honorable Faith was asking the question, why are we still here? What are we doing? With a board. Oh, you're back. Okay, so Honorable Faith, you are raising hand. Honorable TC, you are going to raise your hand? No.
The HOD is looking at me. So that I must not raise.
Thank you. My name is Faith Scopa, member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, I only have one question regarding the actions taken against responsible officials. So other officials are being served with written warnings, others are being suspended, but no action is taken against the other ones. So I want to understand, why is it that others are getting a free ride while others are facing consequences? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Machete.
No, thanks. On page 22, on the non-filing, I just want to check as to what could be the state of affairs as we speak today. Because there's an understanding that was as a result of a lack of capacity in the management and lack of oversight. What is the state? Have we improved, or what is happening? And secondly, it will be on the issue of the annual financial statement submission on page 28. There is reference that the annual financial statements and compliance document are submitted very late, and that the board has been cautioned by the executive authority. So I just want to check as to whether there is improvement in relation to submission of annual financial statement on time. My name is Machete Pesi, member of this committee. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machete, and Honorable Faith for the question. You will come after TC. I want to come after.
No, if there is a follow-up question.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, honorable members, for posing those questions. And I now take this opportunity and allow Honorable MEC to respond to the questions that members were able to pose.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Martia Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety in Limpopo. I'll end it to CEO. We can start. And I'll leave the chairperson for a while.
All right, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mohadi Matli, and I'm the CEO for GAAL. I will start with the question relating to why action is not taken against other officials. The first one is that on some of the lines where we have not taken action is in instances where people have already left the organization. Another situation, it would be in an event where a manager has taken action against the responsible official. So if they take action, then we don't take action against that manager. I think if we go to file the 2023-2024, a typical example is on the action against CEO and CFO, where the board deliberated on the matter and have not taken action against the CEO and CFO because already disciplinary inquiries were held against the responsible official and action was taken. The second one is what is the state of affairs with regards to submission of the AFS. I'll talk about maybe the last 3 consecutive years. In the first year, it's the year that the chairperson made reference to say that we submitted late because the board needed to ensure the quality of the work and because we did not have capacity. The following year, we submitted, we asked for an extension for 3 months. The following year, we submitted a month late, and action was actually taken against the CFO for the late submission. But I can attest that last year we submitted on time, and as at now, with all the correct measures that we have in place, we will be able to submit on time over the years to come, especially now with the support of PARC. So I can assure this committee that last year we submitted on time, and even this year our control measures can confirm that we will submit on time. I think this one also talks to the issue of the caution against the board. At the time that we submitted late, we did not have PARC, but now with PARC committee in place, they give oversight, and the board also gets all the reports and all the recommendations from PARC to approve so that we submit on time. The filing of SARS.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Saloma Gilane. I'm the board member. I just want to also confirm to say we do file to SARS. As the CEO has alluded to say, both issues, they sit in our committee, and it is our responsibility to make sure that both statutory reports are submitted on time.
Okay. Thank you very much. We covered. Yes.
Yeah.
Honorable TC.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumuron TC. With the explanation of through you, MEC, explanation of the Chairperson. Initially, I raised this issue of submitting late, and she get in now. The first response indicated that they were junior officials. I just want to remind the House that the Chairperson cited as if the CFO during that time of late submission was not there. And it was just the junior officials who were managing that section. So when you peruse and on your Annex 7, when I peruse there, because it takes a long time now, I only realized that maybe, I don't know if you can recall that you said you didn't take the action against the CFO because he was not there, but he was also, there was a consequence management on him, and he was there when you submitted late. That is the issue I want this House to record. If you permit that you add or you made a mistake when presenting that the CFO was not there, therefore there were no consequence management taken for the submission of late financial statement. But he was there. That is the thing which I just wanted to incorrect, unless if there are some of the explanation which can come forward. That I want to put that in correct perspective, because I read about that then when the Chairperson was explaining that, I began to recall, or maybe it was me who is making the mistake. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable TC. Honorable, let me see just that last question so that we are able to proceed.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Martis Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Honorable Chairperson, I'm sure we are all aware that here we are dealing with 2 different financial years, and some of the things are historical and some are currently. But I'm not saying he was wrong or he was correct. I will allow the Chairperson to repeat what he said so that Honorable Nembumbulu will be, are you going to be satisfied? I'm sure this time Honorable Nembumbulu is going to respond.
No, I said not Nembumbulu.
It must be through me, yes. Otherwise, before you know it, I will be gone. You will be chairing the meeting in my absence. So it must be through me. So
you will clarify, Chairperson. I'm giving it to the Chairperson to clarify.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ituriso Victor Club. I'm the Chairperson of the Board for GAAL. As the MEC was trying to highlight that we are talking about 2 financial years. The first financial year when we submitted late, we were late by 3 months. We requested an extension of 3 months because, yes, at that time, we did not have the senior management in place. I think we were supposed to submit our Fs by the 31st of May. We requested an extension until the 31st of July, and the CEO started on the 11th of July. So in that case, there was no action taken on him at that regard because he was part of the process to try and salvage the situation for the first financial year. The second financial year, which is 23-24, we were late not by 3 months, but we were late by 1 month in terms of submission. And for that submission, there was action that was taken.
You
against
seem
him.
proud of that.
So again?
I'm saying when you say you were not late by 3 months, you were late by a month, it's almost like an achievement.
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. Maybe just to conclude on the point, my name is Victor Kawa, chairperson of the board for GAAL. So what I wanted to get clarity on was that there was 2 separate years. For the first year, no action was taken for the late submission, but for the second year, there was actually action taken against him for the late submission. I hope that gives you clarity, Chair.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Apollo, you arrived at the time we were wrapping the last question, but I think I can still open for last hand or 2 on that question. Question 3. Honorable Machete, I see you are raising your hand. Honorable Machete.
Yes.
You are raising your hand.
Yes.
You can proceed.
No, thanks. On page 24, just on the missing cameras, I just want to check as to whether there's follow-up in relation to cases that have been reported with the South African Police Service. And what is the state now? Can you tell us in confidence that there will be action and these matters will be resolved? Thanks.
You are covered, Mapulu, we can proceed.
No, I don't know as to whether the issue of consequence, but through you, Chair, I'm Lawrence Mapolo, member of Scopa. I don't know as to whether the issue of consequence management was properly addressed, especially on, inconsistency in terms of measures that are taken against each and every employee. Because others who might get there saying, because we are in a process of reviving the entity, we can't be able to punish them. You understand? No, those things are still ringing in my head. I don't know as to whether it was covered.
Okay, so thank you very much, honorable members. There's a question by Honorable Machete. Also do cover the question raised by Honorable Mapulu. Honorable MEC.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm Matia Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety in Limpopo. I thought the question posed asked by both Honorable Machete and Honorable Mapolo is the same, when I want to understand it clearly, is the same as the first question that was asked by Honorable about the manner in which people were given, some were given warning, return, some verbal, some were even expelled from the institution. But I will hand it over to the chairperson to clarify it further so that honorable members can be covered. Thanks.
I think for their sake, answer the questions. If I'm to agree with you, if I'm to agree with you, I think I will be selling out members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chairperson. My name is Victor Chairperson of the board for GAAL. I think maybe regurgitating on the words that was used by the CEO when she was explaining that you might see in our report that action was taken on some members, action was not taken on some members. Specifically, let's look at I forgot what item it is in the report, but where you could see that written warnings were given to some members, and when it came to the CEO and the CFO, there was no action taken. I think as a departure point, when an employee has got a case of misconduct, there's an expectation that the line manager, once they discover the misconduct, they must act. So if there's clear evidence that the line manager upon discovery of the misconduct has acted as expected by their responsibilities placed on them, then it removes the the obligation on them also being taken action on. But if there's a finding that the line manager failed to act, then obviously there will be consequential action taken for the manager for failing to act. Then in terms of consistency on other matters, you will see that for some discretion, some members were given written warnings and some members were expelled. If you look, for example, at the case of Mr. Ngomani, he was taken through a process for the issue of late submission of SARS because there was obviously fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred by the entity because of that. However, within the prescripts of labor law, we have to also look at, is it his first offense? We have to look at the gravitas of the offense and so forth. That's why in instances where he did not submit on time and he suffered financial loss, he was placed on suspension without pay for 3 months so that we can do some recovery in that regard. But when we found that he was also involved in a case of fraud, then the sanction was different because the gravitas of the case was quite extensive. So the same person who there was a bit of process taken to say, let's put on suspension, looking at the impact of his misconduct. When we found out that he's been involved in more serious things, obviously, and the sanction was dismissal. So we do have clear guidelines of what consequential action must be taken based on the merits of the case. And when the merits say it must be written warnings, we have aligned that. When it says it must be dismissal, we also align that. I hope that answers the question, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. On that note, I'm stepping off the question 3, and now I want to request honorable members to then take us to question 4.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mabu.
Yep,
you can proceed.
Question 4 of 2022-2023. Here. First one is on cash flow statement. Executive Authority on paragraph 3 of the Auditor General's report, the AG was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that cash flows from operating activities for the current and previous years were properly accounted for due to the status of the accounting records. The AG was unable to confirm whether the cash flow for interest received were accurately presented, as it was not presented separately from the trade and other receivables. AG was unable to determine whether the adjustment was necessary to the cash flow from operations stated at 4,213,004. In 2022 years, it's 9,382,772 in the financial statement. On paragraph 4, cash received from grants was incorrectly calculated as the amount exclude VAT, which constitute a departure from GREP 2 statement of cash flow. Consequently, cash received from grants was understated by 4,175,494 in the financial statements. On paragraph 5, cash paid to suppliers were incorrectly calculated as the amount exclude VAT, which constitute a departure from GREP 2 statement of cash flow. Consequently, cash paid to suppliers was understated by 3,963,033. Therefore, question A, why did the accounting authority provide the AG with accounting records that did not have sufficient and appropriate audit evidence for cash flow from operating activities? B, why did cash received from grants and cash paid to suppliers incorrectly calculated? C, who are the responsible officials? D, what action did the accounting authority take against the chief executive officer, chief financial officer, and the responsible officials? F, I see here the road E here is on the response. F, which measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of the matter? The year financial year 2023-2024. Also on material, no, question 5, sorry. It's question 4, yes.
Yeah,
material uncertainty related to ongoing concern.
Yes.
Executive authority.
I don't know, Honorable Mapulu, because these ones are not the same. I
Same,
think we
let's
can
leave it here.
Yeah, let's proceed with the.
Okay. Thanks, Chef.
Yeah, you're welcome. I think I'm in order, Honorable Member.
Yes. Yeah.
So I will then take the opportunity to allow Honorable MEC to respond to the question.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Allow me to pass the question to, yes, sir, to the CEO, to the Chairperson of the Board.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ditoroso Victor Club. I'm the Chairperson of the Board. I will take the members through the responses to the questions in question number 4, starting with question 4A. Our response reads as follows. The Accounting Authority acknowledges the finding. The entity makes use of the caseware software to prepare its financial statements, and all inputs deployed in the preparation of the cash flow statement were taken from the Statement of Financial Performance and the Statement of Financial Position. The entity did not have enough time to remedy the situation, as the communication of the audit qualification only happened on the last day of the audit opinion announcement. Responses to question 4B. The cash received from grants and cash paid to suppliers did not correspond due to the method applied by the entity in the preparation of the cash flow statements. Amounts in the statements of financial performance are disclosed net of value added tax, which is VAT, whereas other amounts in the statement of financial position are disclosed inclusive of VAT. The method applied by the entity involved using the amounts as disclosed in the financial statements, i.e., using the opening and closing balances of the statements of the financial position and current year amounts as disclosed in the statement of financial performance. Question 4C. The responsible official is Mr. Kulwani, the CFO. Question 4D. No action was taken against the responsible official, as the issue resulted from differences in the method applied for the preparation of the cash flow statements. And in response to question 4F, to ensure non-recurrence, the entity resolved to prepare the cash flow statement directly from the bank statements in the 2023-2024 financial year. This method was successfully applied when preparing the interim financial statements for the period ended 30 September 2023. Reference is made to Annexure 1. That concludes the responses to question 4.
Thank you very much. And for 2022-2023 financial year, I'm correct? I'm saying the...
Question 4, 2022-2023. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, now the floor is now yours to engage the entity. Honorable TC will be the first. Honorable Machete will follow. In that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumbole TC. You see, my worry here is no consequence management is taken serious by the entity, especially on this CFO. And then if you look at the manner in which this has happened, we lost about it's 4 million and 9 million because of incorrectly calculating on the method. But then you claim to say that you were using caseware software, but we were unable to recover the amount lost because of miscalculation. And the very same person is the very same person who submitted financial statement late, MAC. And in Annex 718, the reasoning behind why I was asking that, there is a letter to warn him, the final letter, 7.18. There is a letter to the very same CFO on the very same financial statement. Again, we are coming, Mr. Chairperson, on the miscalculations, and we lost a very substantial amount of money. Those millions, MEC, they should have been used for the services for our poor people out there. But yet, simply because somebody is claiming to use caseware software, and then and because of that we lost millions of rands, the entity failed to take an action against this CFO. And the other one, that is why other people are saying that there is a selective consequence management application. So the amount have just gone. Somebody called the CFO just to use the different one. And the whole department is not the only entity in Limpopo. A lot of entity, a lot of department, the mother body, the Department of Transport and the Community Safety. And we are here provided with the answer that we are using the different caseware software is not accepted, totally unaccepted. We have to take consequence management, to take the duty of all the employees serious. Very, very, very critical and serious. We cannot just lose the amount of money, and the person also failed to submit a financial statement in time, and then we also not taking action against that particular person. And for me, a chairperson, HR is very hard to accept this misconduct. This is a very serious misconduct. And if you read the letter, they indicated that it was a very serious misconduct in Annex 718. And then again, this and no action. I'm worried about the consequence management on this one. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable TC, Honorable Machete.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson, member of this committee. Just to be specific, on page 30 on caseware software, I just want to check as to whether it was subjected to efficiency testing or not, whether it was efficiently tested or not in terms of its operations. But secondly, to build on that, on your last paragraph where you are indicating that there was no sufficient time audits on the same day and all of that, I'm asking whether there is no timeline that guides how financial statements must be compiled. It is my view that we should be guided in terms of what needs to be done. But from where you are saying, one would want to know whether that could have been as a result that there was dereliction of duty on the part of the accounting officer or not. That is my question, Chair.
You wrapped up, Honorable Machete?
Yes,
Thank you very much. Welcome, Honorable Finale. We're actually on question 4 of 2022-2023 financial year. Because the questions are not similar, we will later go to question 4 of 2023-2024. 2022-2024
and 5, that way, yes, yes. Here's a provision of date.
I just thought I must bring you up to speed. So, Honorable, let me see now the floor is yours just to deal with the 2 questions.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. My name is Matia Susan Violet, MSc for Transport and Community Safety. Let me take this opportunity and allow the chairperson of the board or the CEO, okay, the chairperson of the board to clarify further on what happened on this one, so that we can all understand what is happening. Because we do have some questions, but we must clarify.
You are saying, MEC, you are having some questions.
Myself and yourself, Chairperson, sorry for making a dialogue. As long as we are not from a financial background, we can be having questions. So to make us not go that further, I think the Chairperson will clarify all of us, so that when we go out here, we'll be having the same understanding. Okay. That's what I'm referring to.
I just wanted to check if an understanding. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair. My name is Ditoroso Victor Kwaba, Chairperson of the Board for GAAL. Chair, maybe to acknowledge the concern that is raised by the members, and I respect the concern, and I believe maybe we need to get a technical explanation from some of our finance colleagues so that we address, number one, the issue about did we lose money, because there's a view that we might have lost money. Number two, I agree on the issue that for late submissions, we should have taken action, and action was taken from a consequential management perspective. So on the issue of money seems to have lost, can I ask the Chairperson of BARC to help us understand the technicality for this, so that we can verify was money lost, and also on the question that was asked by another member to say, this caseware software, was it effectively tested, and also to understand submission timelines, was there any dereliction? Can I pass that to the Chairperson of the Audit Committee, please?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Salom Mabilane. I'm the board member and the Chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee. Caseware is a system that prepares your financial statement. So the entity was using the Caseware software, it's a software, to prepare the financial statement. Now, normally you get trained in terms of how you ought to use the Caseware. So from a technical point of view, there's nothing that the entity can do in the software apart from the owners of the system, which normally it's outsourced. It's somebody who gives you that service, who gives you the system. If you've got a technical issue on the Caseware, you can log a call to say there are issues on the system. So that is Caseware. So technically, you only upload a trial balance at the end of your financial year, so that you have the annual financial statement. So that is one. So the issue of effectiveness, technically, there's nothing that any employee at GAAL can correct. The people who created the software are the ones that can assist you on that one. So that's Caseware. Now, when you prepare your financial statement, you will then have your balance sheet and your income statement. Your cash flow, it is the cash component of the operations. Remember, we've got cash items and non-cash items. So your cash flow only registers or reflects cash issues. For example, your revenue. If there was money received, cash, entered into your bank account, it will go into your cash flow. When we have paid salary, that is your expenditure, that is payment, it will reflect in your cash flow. The calculation thereof takes into consideration that I must take away the non-cash items in your cash flow. So that is where the calculation comes in. So there's no money loss. You are not losing anything. All you do is the AG, when they come and audit you, you give them your cash flow statement. They will ask you to say, what method of calculation did you use? Then they do their own calculation. So the difference or the adjustment or the figures that you see here, these are figures that came from both calculations. What we have used, the method we have used, did not agree with the method that the AG would come and use when they audit you. So the entity did not lose any money. What I can confirm is that subsequent to 2022-23, the entity then had to use a direct method, which is using your bank statement. So your bank statement does not have depreciation, as we know, Chair. So your bank statement will only have money in and money out. So that is your cash flow. So in 2023-24, we did not use the caseware in terms of cash flow and calculation. We simply took all our bank statements for the year and we then compiled our cash flow. So that's why in 2023, when the AG came, they then agreed with the direct method that we are using, because taking from your bank statement, it will give you the correct closing balance of your bank account. So cash flow, it is actually your opening bank balance and your closing bank balance. So cash flow is a movement in terms of cash to say what did come in, what amount went out. So I don't know if I tried to explain it. It's technical, but honorable members, there's no money that was.
My head is pounding. I want to check. Those too technical. Money circulating. I don't know at this point. It would be relevant to bring in AG, because the AG is cited, and Treasury in terms of those technicalities, the loss of money or not. Whether now or when you will be coming to, or maybe I must ask you to note that when you will be coming to make your comments later in the discussions, you are able to bring members up to speed, because that explanation made things very, very complicated. Or maybe it's the question that landed us here. So we might have asked the question that we didn't know what to do with the answer. But that is on the lighter note. I'm just saying AG and Treasurer, please just note that, so that at least when you will be coming to make your comments, you are able to go to town on that particular aspect that was under discussion. I see honorable members who are raising your hands. You are whispering or you are reading?
Thank you. I'm multitasking today, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson.
Truly multitasking.
Don't do that yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. With this explanation, I just want to caution the entity that don't want to come here at Scopa and try to fight over a system, using this system and so on. It's a waste of time. and you indicated the following year, we can't have the entity fighting with the AG on a system. Let me indicate to you that the AG was unable to determine whether the adjustment was necessary for the cash flow from operations stated at 4 million and so on. And then it goes on to say that consequently, cash received from grants was understated by 4 million in the financial statements. That's where my problem is. Understated. And we come here to fight over this system is doing that, this system is doing that. Thank you for your wisdom that the next year you have done what is required by the provincial treasury and the AG. And immediately when you say understated, where do the 4 million go? Because when you're using your system, this case fair software, there is an underestimation by 4 million. I don't want to ask where that 4 million now goes or what. I understand when you are explaining. But it's a waste of time to say that if you, all these years the department have been audited and so on, nobody comes here and fight over the system. And this system underestimate the cash flow, this system is right, and so on. You have a direct line with the AG to correct this thing before it has been audited and using the correct system. And you come here, then you confuse this terminology. What? We don't want that. As long as there was an underestimation of 4 million, where is the 4 million? Can we locate it? Can we locate it? But please, next time, agree with the AG on the system used, which will never underestimate the cash flow. And come here and waste time taking this waste flow and this terminology of other system developed by who I don't know. But that is my concern. That let's use the uniform rule with others. That's my input. Let's use the uniform. We are not going to waste each time's time.
Thanks, TC. Honorable Machete, you are covered. You don't want to have a heightened approach on the issues. So, no, it's related.
No, I'm not related.
Oh, I think.
That's what you see my finger.
Okay.
I'm reading and raising my hand. Okay. Sorry, Chair, I'm Lawrence Mapolo, member of Scopa. You see, Chair, when you look in most of the responses from the entity, there's high level of acknowledgement of failures. That's what pleases me. But now going deeper into the response, it will make us to knock off around 12 o'clock here. I think your responses are structured in a way that will create more questions. But you know, at the beginning you acknowledge your failures. And I'm thankful on that one. But to come and speak English now, in terms of going deeper to explain to this committee, is confusing. Really, it's confusing. In future, make sure that even if you know it's good the way you will open it, and you're supposed to go down with the same tone, so that this committee can acknowledge. But when you start speaking English, for instance, I'm saying here, you speak of caseware software. One within your own service level agreement with that particular company that have sold you that software. Have you ever went for transfer of skills and that assurance that those skills were transferred to those that are internal? It tells me a story to say the CEO and everybody, they've done nothing to make sure that there is transfer of skills out of the case where software. Now, I'm saying, Chair, they acknowledge their failures and they must accept that they failed and not going and try to create an argument in between the AGSA and themselves as if they don't understand. And the AG have written, there's no way where we can go back to the AG and dig deeper. The way we must dig deeper is here. The AG have responded. And the immediate father or mother of this entity for any confusion was supposed to be the treasurer. They never even attempted to go there. Now I'm saying, unfortunately, the entity is going to make us to knock. I was looking in most of other responses going forward. We're going to knock out very late here, and we must be prepared to go out 12 o'clock. Thank you.
I'm chairing.
I know.
I think it would be prudent that we proceed from the guide that at least Treasury must be able to distill. What do you call it? Just to make it more understandable. To distill for us. And I think they had to. There was no need to hike the explanation to a level where you can't comprehend it. These people have capacity to speak English. And then we live here not understanding each other. What are we talking about there? So that is not the purpose. The purpose is that we should be able to live here having gained an understanding of how things happen. And we'll be helping each other in that sense. We rise out of this hearing having engaged seriously, even to the extent where you even think it's personal. But the intention is that we should be able to account. Again, it's not our money. It's people's money, it's the money of the public. The only thing is let's explain this thing, let's account. But when you confuse us, there are some of us have some level of understanding and Amara was gone. I was even surprised if we are still talking about money. It felt like something else. But I'm just saying that at least let's try and be more simplistic in our explanation. I don't want to take it back to them because I think members are simply saying don't do that.
Please.
It will not help anyone, including yourselves. Can I then proceed, honorable members, to question 4 for 2023-2024 financial year?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll still continue on 2023-2024 financial year. Question 4 that deals with material uncertainty related to going concern. Executive Authority in paragraph 8 of AG's report, the AG refers to note 37 to the financial statement, which indicate that a deficit for the year of 10,652,434 was incurred during the year ended 31st March 2024. And as of that date, the current liabilities exceeded its current asset by 16,975,861 million. These events or conditions, along with other matters outlined in note 32, indicate that a material uncertainty exists that may cast significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern. Question A, why did the public entity incur a deficit of 10,652,000? B, why did the public entity current liabilities exceed its current assets by 16,975,861 million? C, who are the responsible officials? D. What action did the executive authority take against the accounting authority? E. What action did the accounting authority take against the chief executive officer, chief financial officer, and other responsible officials? F. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matayo, for leveling those questions. To the Honorable MEC for Transport and Community Safety, I now take the opportunity and welcome the Honorable MEC to answer the questions.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Matthias Van Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to take these questions back to the Chairperson of the board to take us further while understanding that we're talking figures. And figures has got its long legs. And those long legs sometimes can do some harm in others. So with this, I'm saying, Honorable Chairperson, where we have not gone well with the members, they must pardon us. The only thing, if people work with one and the same thing every day, then they tend to understand, or each and every person understand, there's the same understanding, but you will pardon us. Chairperson, if you can take us through this question.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ditoroso Victor Klava. I'm the Chairperson of the Board for GAAL. I will be taking the members through the responses for question 4, starting with question 4A. The entity, the entity incurred a deficit of 10.652 million because of an overall increase in operating expenses from 91.285 million to 100.987 million in the 2023-2024 financial year, mainly due to the following. Number 1, increase in debt impairment provision from 138,000 to 7.271 million in the 2023-2024 financial year. The increase was due to high level of legacy debt that remains outstanding at the end of the 2023-2024 financial year, which continues to incur interest in accordance with the applicable accounting standards. Number 2, evaluation of the entity's investment properties. I apologize, it reads devaluation of the entity's investment properties from 42.900 million to 40.765 million in the 2023-2024 financial year due to long vacancy rate of some of the investment properties. The valuer adjusted the market rate downwards to compensate for the vacancy rate, hence the devaluation of the overall investment property in the 2023-2024 financial year. Point 3, increase in employee-related costs from 33.942 million to 37.500 million in the 2023-2024 financial year due to an annual increase of 3.3% as well as an increase in the headcount from 62 to 71 employees as a result of filling vacant positions. The deficit of 10.652 included non-cash items totaling 23.507 million as follows. To the value of 12.632 million, it was depreciation and amortization. To the value of 1.469 million, it was impairment loss on property, plant and equipment, shortened PPE. To the value of 7.272 million, debt impairment, and to the value of 2.134 million, fair value adjustment. Responding to question 4B, the entity's current liabilities exceed its current assets by 16.975 million, mainly due to the following: the deterioration of the entity's debtors due to the historic legacy debts that remain outstanding and difficult to collect. The entity had gross trade receivables of 42.053 million and the provision for doubtful debt of 39.770 million in the financial year 2023-2024, leaving net trade receivables of 2.283 million. Lower bank balance at the end of 2023-2024 financial year of 1.381 million due to the high level of operating expenditure compared to prior year. The above matters contributed to the low current asset figure of 8.48 million in 2023-2024 financial year against the total liabilities of 25.456 million. Responding to question 4C, responsible officials are former board members, former CEO and CFO, current board members, CFO Mr. J. Kulwani and CEO Ms. Martin. Responding to question 4D, in the board introductory meeting held on the 17th of October 2023 and the induction session held on the 8th of February 2024, the executing authority cautioned the board about GAAL's previous performance, late submission of Fs and compliance documents, its collapse, and the inability to be financially self-reliant. The accounting authority outlined their expectations of improvement in governance, oversight, and performance as the board is now fully constituted with experienced members. The entity and the executing authority entered into a shareholders compact, shareholder compact annually that outlines the deliverables and the responsibilities of each party to the compact. Reference is made to annexure number 6. Responding to question 4E, the accounting authority is deliberating on actions to be taken against the CEO and the CFO. And in response to question 4F, the entity has developed a turnaround strategy that will ensure that the entity becomes financially sustainable. And reference is made to annexure number 18. That concludes our written responses, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC, for those responses. I will now give members an opportunity to ask questions, make comments, and follow-up questions. Somebody, what are you doing? You are raising your hand?
Yes, sir.
You will be the first one. Honorable Mapolo, you will be the second one. Honorable Chisi, and Honorable Machete will be the last one. In that order.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable MEC. I mean, if we evaluate this statement, I think there are three things that comes to mind, and this is Scopa is about record keeping, and when we make reference to who are the responsible officials, we say former board members and current board members. And if I read this thing in 2 years' time, at Scopa, I think when we name people, we name people. And I think it's important to note that that response should actually reflect in the type of answers. Now, the debt impairment and the impairment losses, that's a nice English word, but it's simply put, it's money that you're about to, it's money lost. It's money that you're about to lose. And it comes back to how you do financial management, and that there was a Limpopo legislature resolution to state that all state-owned entities should be self-reliant and all Schedule 2 and 3 companies should be self-efficient in that regard. You're making a very strong statement that that ensure that we become financially sustainable. But when I try to go to your sustainability in your budget report, if the government grant is to fall away in 2026-27, how are you going to fund, or how are you going to fund and manage your operations? How are you going to recover those shortfalls? Because I'm just trying to look at the expenditure against the losses, and you will be going into negative, and I'm just trying to understand that portion.
Are you covered, Smali, or no?
No, I'm just concerned that, or MEC, is the sustainability plan, is it strong enough for them to be able to stand on their own 2 feet without government, a government grant which they are currently receiving, but which will fall away in the very near future? I mean, in this financial year, Chairperson, if I may, we're talking about 127 million. The next 25-26 is 151 million. It drops down back to 40 million, and then we don't know.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Smali. Honorable Mapolo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson Lawrence Mapolo, member of Scopa. Chair, I'm trying to figure out as to whether the entity is caught by surprise. You know, when you budget, it's an entity. I don't know where is the CFO and the CEO on this matter. If you budget for the next financial year, you'll be knowing that if you head count your employees, you'll be knowing that I've got so many vacant posts which I budgeted for. And I've got so many employees which I must appoint or advertise those posts. All those things that we'll be doing before the next financial year, you'll be budgeting for those. Now here, you see, they say increase of employees related cost of 33 million to 37 million. Didn't you budget in the previous financial year? Are you not prepared for that? Were you caught by surprise during that financial year that you have to have an increase of 33%? And I think that should be the way we are conducting the business of the entity. It is quite unfortunate that the 80% grant from government is still going to stay as long as such shenanigans are found in this entity. Believe me, 50 years I'll die even before 80% grants you can be able to sustain yourself. I don't see anything. Failing only to budget for your 71 employees and know that in the next financial year you'll be needing this. And you are caught by surprise by it. Then, Chair, I'm very much concerned about the manner on which the entity is conducting its business. Meaning, we cannot throw about basketball tomorrow, body run. Mama Gachake Babala di Toja Baberek Bar A, 71. Now, they are running, those old ladies under the tree, they can plan better for the next year than this entity. Thank you. No, I'm saying it and I can't withdraw.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Hey, My name is Nempumbulone TC. Technically, the entity is insolvent. When your current liabilities is exceeding your assets, you must know that in terms of finance you are in trouble. And I'm requesting the entity MAC that when they prepare this before Scopa, they must also bring other people to guide. We cannot come here, like he said, that the employee costs are being budgeted maybe for 3 years and so on. And as a reason here, and put it here from page 24, even if the person is still saving articles for being chartered accountant can know this, or this is just wrong. Very, very, very wrong, according to my understanding, because all the costs here, the employee costs we cannot be surprised of that thing. You should have just indicated some of the aspects and leave out the employee cost, because when you prepare for the budget, you have to take into account and into cognizance of the possible increase of the salary. And again, I don't know, maybe on the second bullet, the last increase in employee-related cost from 33 million to 37 in 2023-2024 financial year due to an annual salary increases of 3.3, as well as an increase in head count from 62 to 71. I think the head count, you are referring to the number of the employees. Okay, so the head count is using somewhere. The other thing is that I'm coming from NAC, now straight to consequence management. I request that if there is such a misconduct, let's show the people of Limpopo that we can take a decision against employees who could not do their job. You see, you are questioning from those other financial fruitless and so on. I'm not coming across any tangible consequence management, verbal warning which is written, the final written warning. You see, here is a cautioning the board. The MAC is cautioning the board. On the 17th October 2023, the board was cautioned. A chairperson maybe is part of the consequence management. On the next page, the accounting officer is still deliberating on the action taken. Action which can be taken against the chief executive officer and the CFO. I don't know, maybe you just employ the CFO from the TVET college. That we cannot even include the cost of the employees, and then we are faced with this now. I don't understand, but I request again that maybe the MAC revisit this, and then let's see consequence management on the chief executive officer and the CFO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machete.
Thanks, Machete Pace, member of this committee. Let me just start on page 28 of 38. On the deliberations by the accounting authority. I would want to believe that even the wording could have been misplaced, because even as we speak now, it will imply that the accounting authorities deliberating on matters relating to the CEO and the CFO. So the question that arises is, when is this deliberation going to end? Further to develop it, are you not having guidelines to use so as to be on point, as opposed to just being deliberating on the matter, which speaks to consequence management, which I think you should be able to guide us in terms of guidelines or policy or whatever. On page 25, there's reference that says that you were given an induction, and I want to check because the purpose was to improve governance, oversight and performance of the board. To what extent is the expectation of the accounting authority met, given the state of affairs as we speak now? That generally there seems not to be that much improvement, though there are certain areas in which we could be able to see some positive spin-offs in terms of the strategy as you alluded to. On the same page, on the current liability vis current assets, what are the plans in place to correct the situation? I will not give it more flesh because another honorable member has spoken on that, but just to get a sense of the plans in place to correct this anomaly. This will be the questions that I thought this would be the last, and thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I wish to raise the following, because if I'm not going to take the responsibility to protect anyone in this meeting, no one is going to be safe. And I want to insist, honorable members, that let's maintain the decorum in terms of how we engage. Because once we become condescending and mean, for instance, if you say, can plan better, honorable member, I think we are now losing the spirit with which we have been engaging since the morning. But also to put TVS at that level, where we know that a lot is being done to improve research, education, learning at that level, it also cannot be correct. So I want to insist, honorable members, that we can still level questions sharply without being condescending. Let's try, even at the height of temptation, to characterize what is before us. We can still go there, but with some level of respect. Remember, when they confused us with figures, we agreed, all of us, that that cannot be correct in terms of how we engage with the committee. They say, so we can't begin to demean, dwarf each other like that. But of course, you still have the responsibility to answer. Honorable MEC, I give you the opportunity to respond to the follow-up questions by honorable members.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Martia Susan Violet, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Let me dwell much on the questions that were directed to me. The honorable members are concerned about the deliberations, I'm sure, between the executive authority and the board itself. I'm saying I will be taking all the questions upon myself, but knowing that I was not part of the meeting that they were talking about. But what I can say, because I have taken over, I will start to make some follow-ups on all the things that were said, because here's just a small issue of saying the executive authority said 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm sure to her it was like telling the board to say, I expect much to be done as far as performance is concerned, because we all see that GAAL is going down. I'm sure that was the reason why this was said. So to me, because I'm part of what she said, I'm saying I'm going to make sure that I follow up on things that the former has said to them to check whether are we doing it correctly or not. So the consequence management, to me, I understand it to be saying something.
Honorable MEC, can I, with due respect,
thank you.
The executive authority is the office, it's not the person.
Yes.
You take responsibility, even when it's a mess. Because once you do that, you lose the ability to take responsibility for your office. So I'm saying just limit pushing certain responsibility to the former incumbent. You take responsibility and then you proceed. That's my appeal.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'm Martin Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. That's what I said. I'm saying I'm taking responsibility, and I'll start checking whether what was said is being implemented by the board itself. Though they are like at the end of their term of office, but I will continue from where it started. So, and on the issue of consequence management, what I wanted to say was, to me, I understand it to be saying, when I call a person to say, 1, 2, 3, 4 that you have done is wrong, you have to correct yourself, though it's verbal. To me, I'm starting the process of the consequence management until the time when it will say, you can just fire the person or dismiss the person because he or she's not doing what you are asking him or her to do. So consequence management is not always like taking a shambok and start shamboking to say you have not yet shamboked him enough. No, a person who's like doing his or her job correctly, when you call that particular person to talk to him or her verbally, so he can feel something to say now I'm not doing it enough, then it can change. So failure to change, then we go to other steps which can be written apology or dismissal based on what we have said to that particular person as a person who's doing monitoring on that, on whatever they are doing. So I will allow the other members to give answers to some of the concerns and the inputs that were raised by the honorable members. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ditoroso Victor Kaba, Chairperson of the Board for GAAL. Chairperson, you know, from the wisdom I gained from the previous question, where I thought maybe indulging in technical discussions might get us informed, I think our response here is too technical. It raises questions that I think we, as the board, need to go back and simplify this so that we allay any concerns. For example, the way we captured the statement about increase in headcount and the 3.3%, I think we were just throwing figures here, but the narration is not giving the members comfort. So, Chairperson, if you agree, if you allow me, I think on this specific response, I've taken the concerns. I've taken also the advice that maybe we need to be talking together with Treasury so that they help us to narrate this in a better way, so that we allay the fears of the members. If you allow me, Chairperson, we've noted the questions. Maybe we need to rewrite this response in also addressing the questions and the concerns that the members have made. I'm not sure if the Chairperson will indulge me.
No, that's what I said, Chair, to you. I said it in the beginning. Even if you can say, I say things that are not. Yes, he agreed with me that Baba.
No.
And now, but I'm saying But I'm very happy, Chair. I'm very, very, very happy. Because
no, thanks.
You understand?
Remember, the floor is not open for that. I was simply trying to establish if we can proceed in that spirit. And I think there are consensus that indeed we can proceed in that sense. Go and embellish and unbundle those coalitions. So all of us can be able to be from the same, proceeding from the same wavelength. So if there are any other questions which were posed, please respond so we are able to check. Or unless if it's all of
maybe the one that I would have liked to add on, apologies. My name is Titruso Vikakaba, chairperson of the board for GAAL. There was the question or the advice from Honorable Smiley about record keeping. So I've also taken note that in some of the responses we are not detailed enough to say who were the responsible officials. So other than simplifying the English level here to become palatable, we will also make sure that we provide records that can survive 5 years later. We'll know who those people were. Other than that, Chairperson, I think I will close.
No, thank you very much for that understanding. Remember, members are not saying they don't have the capacity to comprehend.
Yes.
Just for us to be flowing.
Yes.
Together, I think it will help. And thank you very much. And I think the spirit with which we are closing on this question is that they will revise the questions, the answers.
The responses.
That are in keeping in terms of how members prefer. So on that note, honorable members, and through your indulgence, can I therefore step off the question and then proceed to question 5? Yes, I'm there. I'm there. Oh, you want to? Yes, you can proceed.
Yeah.
2022, 2023.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nekumbrontisi. In question 5, page 32, material provision of debt in payment. Executing authority on paragraph 11 of the AG's report, the AG reports that the entity made a provision for debt in payment for debtors from exchange transaction of 33 million of the 3 million and 32 million due to inadequate collection practices. Question A, why did the accounting officer fail to implement adequate collection practices to avoid the impairment of debtors in the entity? B, who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? D, which measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? That is in 2022-2023. In 2023-2024 is other heading, which is exceptional litigation, which I think we must deal with this, and then because question 5 here is related to question 6 of 2022-2023.
Now we,
I agree with you on that.
Question 5. Yeah, question 5 of 2022-2023 is similar to.
No, it's not.
Question 6.
Question 6, so to say. Question 6 is similar to question 5 in 2024.
So what we're going to do, as I guided this week, we're going to deal with that question, 5 of 2022-2023 exhausted.
Yes, yes.
Then proceed to 6 and then 5, 7,
Yes, yes.
Like that.
That's what I'm suggesting.
What then?
Yeah.
So I now allow the MEC for transport and community safety to then respond to the question. Honorable members.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Matthew Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety in Limpopo. Let me take this question to the Chairperson of the board.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ditoroso Victor Kaba. I'm the Chairperson of the board for GAAL. I will be taking members through our responses for question 5, starting with question 5A. The response is as follows. The entity acknowledges that it failed to implement adequate collection practices to avoid the impairment of debtors. The entity follows established debt collection processes as follows. Rental invoices are issued to tenants in advance on the first of each month. Approach fees invoices are issued on the first working day following the month end. Statements of accounts are emailed to clients after monthly billing or invoicing, and this occurs within 5 working days from the end of the month. After 30 days have elapsed from the statement date, the revenue officer consults with division heads to discuss a plan of action to initiate contact with the client to discuss settlement. Actions are effected as follows. After 30 days, telephonic reminder and letter. After 60 days, hand over to debt collection agents or legal department. Follow-ups on non-payment are made by the accounts receivables division regularly in line with the accounts receivable policy. The entity also utilizes the services of a debt collection agency, namely transversal contract. Excuse me. Despite the current measures put in place, there is a risk of default by debtors due to business and other challenges. The provision for debt impairment of 32,498,115 is a cumulative amount representing numerous previous financial years. The amount of debt impairment recognized for the 2022-2023 financial year is only 138,576, and this attests to the current efforts put by the accounts receivables division to improve on debt collection. Reference is made to Annexure 17. Moving on to question 5B. The responsible officials for the cumulative amounts incurred in the previous financial years are Ms. Matabata and Mr. Kobola, who were the former CFO and the former Revenue and Expenditure Manager. Responding to question 5C, a letter has been written to Ms. Matabata's current employer to take corrective action as she is still in the employment of government. Reference is made to Annexure 9. No action could be taken against Mr. Kobola as he had already retired. In response to question 5D, the entity established debt collection processes to prevent the recurrence of the anomaly in as follows. Rental invoices are issued to tenants in advance on the first day of each month. Approach fees are issued on the first working day of the following the month end. Statements of accounts are emailed to clients after monthly billing or invoicing, and this occurs within 5 working days from month end. After 30 days has elapsed from the statement date, the revenue officer consults with the division heads to discuss a plan of action and initiates contact with the client to discuss settlement. Actions are implemented as follows. After 30 days, telephonic reminder and letter. After 60 days, hand over to debt collection agent or legal department. The entity also utilizes the services of a debt collector or agency through the transversal contract. Payment agreements were entered into with other debtors for collection of legacy debts. Reference is made to Annexure 18. That concludes our responses, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Let me see. first one, yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is still Nempumbro TC. Chairperson, I'm happy now that the entity acknowledges that it failed to implement adequate collection and practices. There now you are coming. They acknowledge that they failed. You see, in terms of fighting somebody and you have already killed it, there's no need to kick a cop. And then, but yeah, in this one, I'm happy for one thing, MEC. That
Kicking a cop.
No, I said when you are fighting, not here.
You are figurative.
No, I said, I am apologetic in advance. In terms of war somewhere, in terms of war, or in boxing, at a gap, in boxing, when you knock somebody down, I'm not referring to this one, but I'm happy that in terms of putting the measures, MEC, I'm happy even with the annexure 9 for Ms. Tima Tabata to write that letter, and also in page 31, those processes, rental invoices on and all these things. Chairperson is very much critical to give credit where it's due. These measures to prevent this recurrence, for me, is 100%, and I applaud and commend the department. Thank you.
Oh,
I'm sure my
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Chair. My name is Jacques Smaller. With reference to an official or a staff member moving from one entity to another department or a state department, the PFMA still requires you to chase that individual or hold that person accountable. And when I read this, it's like you are saying that you can't do it because the person has now moved to another department. And I've seen in this Scopa hearing this year that when people were moved even to the Premier's office, that MEC wrote to that to the Premier, A, to hold the person accountable, A, to institute a disciplinary process, and to make sure that the PFMA compliance actually help, proceed. I can't understand why don't you want to do it with this individual. Explain to me why you don't want to approach the other government entity or department, because as long as you don't do that, it cannot be seen as irrecoverable. It will still remain on your books. You have got to proceed and if you don't want to proceed, you need to hold the people on your left-hand side accountable for that fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
Thank you very much, Mary. But I do see, I don't know, I think they must explain, but I do see there are letters that they wrote to municipalities. And there are also responses. Check annexure 9.
Oh, sorry,
So they did write to this entity, but I think the responses, they are simply saying we can't help you in simple terms. So the question now then becomes, what avenues now can they explore the issues? But I do see that they did write. Thank you very much, Honorable Smile. So,
Officially apologize for not seeing the link.
are you fine?
I'm fine.
Thank you, Honorable Smile. Honorable, let me see if I think there was one question.
It was a comment.
Oh, you was also happy.
Yeah, I'm congratulating them.
But you did kick some cops.
One more cops.
Okay, so honorable members, let me see into your staff. Can I then be allowed to step off question 5 and proceed to question 6 for 2022-2023? And then it will be read together with 5, 2023-2024. I mean, on that.
I will continue. Thank you, Chairperson. This question 6 in the year ended 31st August 2023, future outcome of litigations. Executing authority on paragraph 12 of the AG's report, the entity is the defendant in the various lawsuits amounting to 20 million and also 23 million 2022. The entity is opposing these claims as it believes that it has reasonable grounds to successfully defend these claims. The ultimate outcome of these matters could not be determined and no provision of any liability that may result from was made in the financial statement. So, question A, why did the entity fail to make provision for the litigation liability in the financial statements? B, provide a detailed report on the litigation status of the entity. That's the last question. And then question 5 in the year ended 31st March 2024, exceptional litigations, executing authority in paragraph 11 of the AG's report, the entity is the defendant in various lawsuits. The entity is opposing these claims. The outcome of these matters could not be determined and no provision for any liability that may result was made in the financial statement. Recurring matter from 2022-23 financial year. Question A, provide an updated report on the status of litigations in the public entity. B, what plans are in place to strengthen the legal section? C, what system did the accounting authority put in place to minimize the litigation cases? That's the last question, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tusi. I now give the Honorable MEC an opportunity to then respond to the questions.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. My name is Matia Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety in Lipo. I will hand over to the Chairperson of the Board.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ditoriso Victor Kaba. I'm the Chairperson of the Board for GAAL. I will take the members through our written responses for question, starting with the question number 6 in the 2022-2023 PEC. Our responses are as follows. For question 6A, the entity did not make provision for litigation in the financial statements as the lawsuits did not meet the recognition criteria for provisions. Thus, the lawsuits were only disclosed as contingent liabilities, as their existence will be confirmed only by the occurrence or non-occurrence of one or more uncertain future events not wholly within the control of the entity. Furthermore, based on legal opinions from the entity's legal advisors, there are reasonable grounds to successfully defend these cases. In response to question 6B, a litigation report has been attached as Annexure 19. With your permission, Chair, so that we provide better comfort to the members, I would like my colleague, the company secretary, just to go quickly through annexure number 19 and just read the summaries of where each of these cases are, so that the members can also get the conviction about the probabilities of success for these cases. If you allow me, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We must do that at the high level. Let's not traverse every line. Summarize.
Thank you, Chair.
Can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Scopa, company secretary for GAAL. At the high level, Chair, we have about 6 matters. The first one is a labor case where the GAAL was won the case at the CCMA for visa. And as we can see, Chair, most of the matters
I almost said we can be singing.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Khabo Sobola, company secretary for the entity. The first matter on our litigation register is a labor matter. It's an entity and Musia B, where the entity won the case at CCMA, and the plaintiff took the matter to the labor court. However, there is no action on that because since the matter was referred to the labor court, the applicant is untraceable, and now we are applying to dismiss the case, Chair. That's the first one. The second one is the Mtombeni case that I spoke to earlier on, where GAAL won the case at the CCMA, and again the matter was referred to the labor court, and the applicant in this regard as well is untraceable, and we making an application to dismiss the application. So the third one is the African media case where the former advertising service provider is suing the entity for undue enrichment for amount of about 5 million rand. And on this matter, Chair, the matter is set down for trial on the 24th to 25th August this year. And the other one is a weekend case, which is a civil case, where the former facilities management service provider is suing the entity for breach of contract after the contract was terminated, and the service provider again is suing the entity 5 million. The matter went on trial early last year, December, Chairperson. We're just waiting for the verdict from the court. The other one is the CMO group, which is civil. The summons were issued against the entity for the outstanding payment, and then the entity is defending the matter because the tender was irregular, as the provincial treasury report. In this regard, the applicant indicated that they have the intention to pursue the matter. However, this was done because we have engaged the applicant to say, are you still pursuing the matter, so that we are able to close on the matter. The last one is a Mofodi case, which is a labor case, where GAAL received a favorable ruling in the CCMA against the former employee, and the employee referred the matter to the labor court. And this one, Chairperson, is in the custodian of the Office of the Premier. So as quarterly, we do write to them to get the update, but unfortunately on this one, Chair, we're not getting, joy from the Office of the Premier, as and when, we respond, we request the updates. We only get the updates when we're doing your financial statement, when we reach to report on this. Thank you, Chair, in a nutshell.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe in Mr. Svola's report on item 3, he erroneously made reference to 24, 25 August this year. It's actually 24 to 25 August 2026.
Yeah, even the records are saying that, but
yeah,
I think
so
when
I think
you-
it was an error, yeah. Can the records be corrected? So, thank you, Chair.
So there is nothing wrong, it's just that he is impatient. He wants the matter resolved this year. Okay, so
Should I then go to the other question, or should we take questions? Because we said we're going to do 2022, 2023 question 6, and then go to 5.
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
sir.
my apologies, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Going to question 5 of the 2023-2024 financial year on page 27 of 38. GAAL's responses read as follows. A litigation report is attached as Annexure 19, which is the annexure that the members have just been taken through just now. Response to 5B. The company now has a full-time company secretary who is also responsible for legal matters at the entity. The entity also makes use of the legal department from the Department of Transport and Community Safety, DTCS, as well as the state attorney to reduce legal costs. Responding to 5C, most of the legal matters that the entity is faced with are as a result of labor issues and contractual matters. The entity deploys the following measures to minimize the litigation. Compliance with SEM regulations during the procurement processes, strict adherence to labor law principles when dealing with disciplinary matters, regular training of officials involved in bid committees, training of managers and supervisors on labor relations and discipline at the workplace. Reference is made to Annexure 3.1. That ends the responses for question 5, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC and your team for the responses. So can I then allow honorable members to make follow-up questions? Maybe also to tell us why you don't have the legal unit. Okay.
No, thanks, Chair.
And then Honorable TC will follow.
Lawrence Mafogo, the member of Scopa. You have already covered me on the other measures that we must put in place
I apologize.
To strengthen the internal capacity in terms of legal matters. Not only with in terms of communicating with other departments or Premier, but also with internal operations. A lot of gaps that one have realized internally, which to me, Chair, says it's like Bachabana, Batsibelana. You understand? Now we must go and strengthen our legal entity, our unit within this entity. That's my request. And normally I realize other departments, they separate the company secretary and the legal unit so that one can be able to be focused on the, this is quite a task. You can attest to that. Sometimes you don't sleep, Papa. That's why you miss even the date. One other issue is the issue of consequence management. I don't know why you don't, in your responses in terms of other things that you must, if somebody has failed in each and every task, consequence management must always be here so that it awakens them to say, if I didn't do that, I'll be punished. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Nampumbron TC, it's just only 2 issues.
Don't use colorful language this time around.
Oh, okay. Yes, apology. The Secretary is lamenting that when they are submitting things to other departments like Treasury and so on, Office of the Premier, they're not getting the response. Then from there, what the entity has done to prevent that from recurring if they are not responding in time. That is the one time, because he is complaining critically that he is not getting the response from the office of the Premier. So what measures do you put in place to see all matters are expediently resolved? The other thing is that when you go to the labor court, MEC, you go there for technicalities, procedurally unfairness, procedurally fairness, not on the content of what the employee has done wrong, but only on the procedure. So here is the person, if maybe I've done something critical, when you hear in your ears, your ears can just shake. But when you go to the labor court, only the procedure at which you have implemented it is wrong. Not that that employee is exonerated from what he or she has done actually in the department, because if she or he brought the department into disrepute, fraud, and so on and so on. Are you, in previous cases, reinstating the charges after putting in place the correct procedure to follow the case?
Thank you very much, honorable members. I simply said, why are you not having the legal unit? And I think members were able to elaborate a bit on it. But over-reliance on state attorney is going to continue to create problems. Every state institution, almost all of them actually, rely on state attorney. And I can give you an example. If you are to look at the medical legal cases, how we just lose them. I doubt if some of them gets defended in court, because state attorney is overwhelmed. So I think to that extent, if you don't want to continue to lose, even on cases that are very basic, just appearance, you can lose a case because you do not file on time, and precisely because it's not within your control. So I think the advice from members is that perhaps you must look into creating legal units that can be very proactive in attending to some of these cases. Cases that you can just deal with, you can't. You'll be shouting the office of the Premier, hey, how far? No one is answering. And then they were asking the question, how far are some of these cases? You don't know. So I'm just saying it can be to your advantage if you can explore having that unit within the entity. Of course, considering all of those aspects that relates to finances and all of that. But I think this advice for me is very, very sound. Can I then take the opportunity, Honorable MEC, allow you to answer the questions by Honorable?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Matthias Sanzailet, MEC for Transport and Community Sector in the Pompo. Okay, let me take this opportunity, Chairperson, to give the CEO a chance to respond. The CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mohadi Matli, and I'm the CEO for GAAL. The first one is to note the advice and to receive the advice of us going to strengthen capacity in our legal unit. The thinking initially was the fact that our company secretary, being an advocate, he would be able to assist. But learning has showed us differently. Firstly, even if he's an advocate, he can't go represent us in court, and he could give us legal advices here and there, but we do need capacity. So we will go back and look at our financial capability to see where we can make funds available and strengthen the unit. From the experience we have received from, we got a lot of support from the department in terms of these cases, but the challenges that we received when we were engaging with the state attorney, we have then resolved that we will appoint a panel of lawyers for them to go represent us, especially because we don't have new litigation. All these matters are actually historic. So the idea is that we appoint a panel and they will go and clear these cases for us. We have advertised, evaluation has started. They should be finished this week in terms of appointing those lawyers. And the reason we went with the approach of the panel is because some matters are labor, some are civil. So if we have a panel, then we are able to route the cases to the right lawyers to clear those cases. In terms of the question relating to the labor court, we have not had any case that we have reinstated the charges. But also we are looking at the issue of double jeopardy, where you would have disciplined an employee and then later want to reinstate the same charges. So we would have to look at cases from one case to another based on its merits. But at the moment we have not had any case that we have reinstated charges on a case that came back from labor court. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Follow up, Honorable Mapolo.
Thank you very much, Chair Lawrence Mapolo, member of Scopa. Just for interest sake, because here we are speaking of internal capacity, and one would like to be told how much is budgeted for this panel of attorneys. Because if you can look at it, I don't know the amount, but that amount, if you can secure it for internal capacity, you might see you have saved the department or the entity. I'm not a prophet, but what I'm saying is that go check your budget, and if possible, that money must not go to the panel in assist this government to capacitate your entity and even reduce unemployment. There are a lot of lawyers and attorneys who are running around the bars and street. Now go and think about it. I'm not imposing it, MEC, but I'm saying if you can check, if you have budgeted close to 5 million, that 5 million per annum, how many people can it be able to absorb internally? That's my advice, Chair.
I thought quite a lot of it, but thanks for
I was hoping you would say they mustn't get into legal problems.
Thanks for clarifying that part. Oh, you
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempo Mutisi. MSC, it's reported that the entity never reinstated charges finalized on the labor court. MAC, I put it to you that are you now saying that if a person may be done wrong, say done a fraud and we lose 20 million, for example, and we add on the procedural in terms of dealing with that employee, you see the department on the right path not to reinstate simply of the procedural unfairness applied by the mistake or the errors or incompetency or lack of other personal people on the legal system or section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure Honorable Mapolo, you will appreciate that in your other life, you would know that sometimes panels do help a lot. But I'm not speaking for them as an Okay. So, thank you very much, honorable members, for your questions. I can now take the opportunity and ask the Honorable MEC to respond.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Matis Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. This time, Honorable Chairperson, I'm going to direct this question, the last one, to the relevant person, Advocate Lambani. Advocate Lambani.
It's Advocate Lambani.
Advocate Lambani. Advocate Lambani.
Okay, so who is that one?
Mr. Mangen. Chief Director, Human Resource, but is there as on behalf of the shareholder representative.
I thought you brought intelligence. Yeah, the floor is.
Okay. Honorable Lamban, my learned friend, Advocate Lamban.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Edward Lambani, member of the board for GAAL. The question is, what do you do when you've taken a matter, or somebody takes a matter to the Labour Court? The Labour Court focuses on procedural fairness and not the content of the matter that resulted in the entity taking action against the person, and then you lose the matter because you didn't follow the procedures properly. Does the employee run away with murder just because you failed on the procedural aspect? It is not so much so that the person may run away with murder. It depends on the entity itself. There are two issues which the honorable member raised. There is an issue with regard to the nature of the employment of the person and the process you followed, wherein maybe you may conclude to dismiss. And at the same time, you could have tried the person on the issue of fraud and also demand that the person pays back the money. After you've convicted the person through your internal disciplinary processes with regard to fraud. And again, the person takes you only on the aspect of dismissal, that you didn't follow all the processes, and the Labour Court brings back the person, reinstate. The Labour Court had no sight of your fraudulent aspect, because your fraudulent aspect may even call for you to invite other external law enforcement agencies. Fraud is not only an internal matter, it's both an internal and an outside matter to other agencies. It's a criminal offense. So you will have to chase both criminal and also the disciplinary. So that even if on the disciplinary part, talking substantive fairness or procedural fairness, you lose, your fraud one, which would have engaged also the external criminal law enforcement agencies, would still continue. So you may decide that if you are convicted on fraud or theft or other criminal activity, still we cannot reinstate other than the reinstatement ordered in terms of failure to apply procedures correctly. So you still have an opportunity. It doesn't mean end of the story. If you have indeed indicated that there was a case of fraud which requires external forces other than only yourselves. I think even in terms of PFMA, you are required to report even to NPA if there is any suspicion of fraud, rather than simply dealing with those kind of matters internally through your disciplinary procedures. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
We are good.
Yeah, we're good.
Thank you very much for the responses. I now step off question 6. Question 6 on the question 6 on 2022-2023. And stepping off question 5. 2023-2024. Am I in order?
Yes, sir.
We are now going to questions 7 and 6. In that order, Honorable Member. Honorable Faith, you can take this.
Thank you. My name is Faith Scopa, member of Scopa. Question 7, 22-23, achievement of planned targets. Executive Authority in paragraph 26 to 28 of the AG's report, the AG reported that under an overachievement of planned targets from Program 3, Operations Implement Infrastructure Maintenance Plan. A. Why did the entity under or overachieve some of planned targets in paragraph 26 to 28? Provide an explanation on each paragraph. B. Who are the responsible officials? C. What action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? D. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to address the anomaly? On question 6, achievement of planned targets 2023-24 financial year. Executive Authority in paragraph 28 of the AG's report, AG reported that under an overachievement of planned targets, Program 3 Business Operations and Program 4 Operations, the target had not been clearly defined during the planning process. The supporting evidence for over-under achievement materially differed from the reported achievement. The carry matter from 22-23 financial year. A. Why did the entity under overachieve some of the planned targets in paragraph 28 of the AG's report? Explain each deviation. B. Why did the accounting authority provide supporting evidence that differed from the reported achievement, and why were the targets not only clearly defined in the planning process? C. Who are the responsible officials? D. What actions did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? E. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to address the anomaly? Thanks, Chair.
You traversed both questions. Very good. Thank you very much. I now take the opportunity to invite the Honorable MEC to respond to the questions from the committee.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mathieu Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Let me hand it over to the Chairperson of the board.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chairperson. I will take the members through the responses, first starting with the bundle for 2022-2023 financial year, question 7. Our responses read as follows, starting with 7A. The entities under or overachievement of some of the planned targets in paragraphs 26 to 28 were due to inaccurate reporting. This was as a result of lack of internal capacity to validate the information submitted to the AG. The entity operated without a board risk audit committee since August 2021. BARC is amongst others responsible for performance information of the entity. The shareholder appointed additional board members in November 2023 to enable the board to constitute BARC. BARC has to date held 3 meetings, December 2023, January and March 2024, part of which included the review of the performance information reporting. See Annexure 12 and 24 in reference. For paragraph 26, number of aerodrome equipment calibrated, the target for this indicator was 7, and the actual outcome was also 7. However, due to inaccurate reporting, the actual outcome was erroneously reported as 6 instead of 7 due to lack of review and management oversight. For paragraph 27, number of aerodrome equipment units maintained, the target for this indicator was 16. The actual outcome was 26. However, due to inaccurate reporting, the actual outcome was erroneously reported as 24 instead of 26 due to lack of review and management oversight. For paragraph 28, number of aerodrome infrastructure maintained. The target for this indicator was 2 and the actual outcome was 7. However, due to inaccurate reporting, the actual outcome was erroneously reported as 8 instead of 7 due to lack of review and management oversight. Responding to 7B, Ms. K. Makamu, Performance Information Manager, and Mr. J. Manyakwana, Senior Manager Operations. Responding to 7C, a written warning was issued to Ms. Makamu, and an action could not be taken against Mr. Manyakwana as he was no longer in the employment of GAAL at the time that this matter was discovered. Responding to 7D, the accounting authority put the following measures in place to address the anomaly. Firstly, review of performance information has been included in the internal audit plan, see Annexure 20. Performance reports are reviewed by the BARC before approval by the board. Thirdly, the DTCS conducts monitoring and evaluation sessions quarterly to review quarterly performance and verifies portfolio of evidence submitted. That concludes our responses, Chair, to question 7 on bundle 2022-2023. Should I go to your other side? Thank you, Chair. Moving over to question number 6 in the bundle of 23-24, page 28 of 38. Our responses to question 6A is as follows. Please refer to the 2023-2024 performance report. It is attached as Annexure 11. Responses to 6B. Management only reported on achievement that was planned in line with the annual performance plan, in brackets the APP. Unplanned activities and tasks that were executed were excluded from the total achievement, as this would distort the actual planned achievement of the maintenance plan by the entity. Furthermore, some of the maintenance interventions are regulated by legislation, and the entity would ordinarily include this in the annual maintenance plan. However, other maintenance interventions or activities might be required and emanate from audits and inspections done by the South African Civil Aviation Authority and other regulatory bodies. Responding to 6C, the officials are the performance information officer, Ms. K. Makamu, and the operations manager, Mr. N. Nechifefe. Responding to question 6D, written warnings were issued against Ms. Makamu and Mr. Nechifefe, see Annexure 7.4 and 7.15 respectively. Responding to 6E, the accounting authority put the following measures in place to address this anomaly. Review of performance information has been included in the internal audit plan, see Annexure 20. Performance reports are reviewed by internal audit and BARC before approval by the board. The DTCS conducts monitoring and evaluation sessions quarterly to review quarterly performance and verifies the portfolio of evidence submitted. That ends the responses to the two questions.
Thank you very much, MEC and your team. I will now give honorable members an opportunity to ask additional questions or make follow-ups on the responses provided for those two financial years. Honorable Makulu will be the first one, Honorable TC will be the second one, and Honorable Machet. In that order.
No, thank you very much, Chair Lawrence Papolo, member of Scopa. One wanted to fuse this as a humble request and submission to say you are currently living on Mutende grant, 80% of Mutende, and I think within your planned targets can they speak to reducing this 80%? And if possible, you can be able to set timelines to say come 25, 26, come 26, 27, the percentage of living that grant will be in 26, 27, we might be at around 45%. I'm trying to think along those lines, Chairperson, to say the entity must go up and draw up and come up with target that speaks to reducing mudend. And I think that's my humble submission to the entity MEC. Secondly, I think within your performance agreement with the entire staff component, the head of the CEO, the CFOs, also you must tighten the performance agreement. That PMS must really speak to the previous things that have happened and you then close gaps in those areas in terms of the agreement that will be signing. It's not just going to be a performance agreement like the subordinates of them, but a real performance agreement which I think will make them to stand on their toes, MEC. That's my sum. I'm not asking this time. We're advising, so that when they come in the next quarter, because they never think they are going to meet with this committee, we're still going to meet them, Chairperson, on quarterly basis. They must go and do their work. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mapolo. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumbulu Nitisi. MEC, I'm going to look at the Program 3 operations on the achieving key performance targets. According to the AG South Africa, on Program 3, the target achieved is 33%. Budget spent 89%. For me, not in a very good relations. I'm not saying it will be on in equilibrium. Those who know the economic terms. I'm not insisting that on the equilibrium, but that gap, target achieves 33%, budget spent 89%. You almost spend all the budget, but on the achievement, less than 50%. And then on the number of months, the accrued ROM, infrastructure maintenance plan, and infrastructure maintenance plan implemented 100%. I mean, the target 100%, actual performance is 76%. That is one of them. And then on the business development, target achieved 17%, budget spent 57%. And then the same applies to business development going on, where also it indicates that number of new operators contracted, none. Number of new roads introduced, 0. And also number of new operations contracted, target is 1, actual performance is 0. Number of new roads introduced, target is 1, actual performance is 0. And the others, that there is no a good relationship. The budget you spend and the target you achieved. I'm requesting the wisdom there, the explanation. But the other one, Honorable Violet Susan Mate, is on page 36, which is very critical. In I, number of air-borne equipment calibrated page 36 of 2023. Now, it reads as follows as the answer. The target for this indicator was 7, and the actual outcome was also 7. However, due to inaccurate reporting, the actual outcome was erroneously reported as 6. S6, page 36. S6. Yeah, instead of 7. Now, the bigger thing, MAC. Due to lack of review and management oversight. For MEC. It's written in black and white. Lack of review of this report which are coming here by a person who is employed for 30 days. For earning per month. That there's no even management and even oversight because of this inaccurate reporting which you submitted to the AG and also the provincial treasurer. This mistake. And correctly say it's just lack of review and management oversight. And I also concur with you because even some of the responses there previously, of which I'm not going back, it will reflect exactly that. My input, MEC, Violet Suzini Mat, is that Susani Mat, is that faced with this lack of review and management oversight, what are your plans to overcome this? Because it's now not on the employees there. Warambani explained everything, it's a legal guru and so on. But here I think it's on the accounting authority, of which we have an idea that the consequence management is not done in relation to what has been done wrong. You see, in the other departments, there are some demotion of the chief executive to the director, some taken off 1 month salary, some dismissed, and so on. And on this one, I need the preventative measures so that we are not going to repeat just inaccurate reporting, whereas you have done something very good to this province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable TC. Honorable Machete, the floor is yours.
No, thanks very much, Machete, member of this committee. Just on page 36, on the appointment of additional board members, so as to arrive at the constituting of the BARC. What process or procedure was followed in the appointment of these additional board members to realize the constituting of the BARC? Two, flowing from what Honorable Mapolo was talking about in relation to employment and all of that, I want to check whether the GAAL or the department referenced here, is there a performance management system in place? And as a tool to evaluate performance, so that you are then given that sense as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machete and all members who contributed. I now take the opportunity and invite the Honorable MEC to deal with the questions.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Matia Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Honorable Chair, for this question that was asked by Honorable Nempubu, let me invite the HOD of the department to answer that one. Then the other one, yeah, the appointment of the BAC, I'll take it to Mr. Mangena. He's going to respond to that one.
Oh, yes.
Intelligence.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Stephen Machena, the HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Yes, on the error, if you look at it, as the department, we are doing what we call oversight meetings on the business of GAAL. That includes having to ensure that there's quality assurance on the documents like this. Obviously, most of the time, the author of the document would need a second eye just to ensure that they quality assure the information that would have been in the document. So that level of quality assurance is now available, just to ensure that this does not really happen. Management within GAAL also, over and above our oversight meetings that we have with them, they do quality assurance of the documents just to ensure that the author is also actually assisted in relation of the errors that may be there, because if you look at it, it's just numbers, but the quality assurance level that we've put in place now, we're able to arrest this kind of errors. Honorable Member, I believe that the question has been answered. The next question we can go to Mr. Manya.
Thank you to the MEC and greetings to Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Mwabo Mangen, shareholder rep at GAAL. Yeah, on the additional members, from the current body class appointed from April 2021, the department went out on an open advertisement, and an assessment was made, and I realized that given the categories of the expertise needed for accountants and the legal, there were full of applications by then, and we used the same pool to sift and appoint the additional members to the board. Thank you, Chairperson.
In my day.
You were worried.
Thank you very much, yeah. No, thank you very much. So you're done.
I'm sure those were the only two.
I think the chair wants to say something.
Okay.
The chair wants to say something.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the colleagues for the responses. My name is Ditoro Vitakla. I'm the chairperson of the board. Maybe to acknowledge the request and the advice that we received also from the members. It's not to respond, but to say we acknowledge, especially the tightening of the performance agreements. I think that's something that we will look into. I was going to ask the CEO just to respond on the issue about performance management currently, but I think I can agree with you to say even at the senior levels there needs to be tightening of that. But before she jumps in, I also want to acknowledge that the misalignment in budget consumption versus achievement that was mentioned by the committee, will also go back and look into that to make sure that if there's no alignment, what is the reason for misalignment, and how we want to make sure that there's no exceeding on either one of the two. So we take those aspects. Over to the CEO on performance management.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mohadi Matli. I'm the CEO for GAAL. In terms of performance management, we have spent the past few months consulting with union, so we are still in the process of implementing performance management. Let me start there. So we have taken quite a bit of time consulting with unions in terms of the performance management policy and implementation thereof. There were challenges, but we have agreed, we have done workshops with the departments in terms of the process that's going to be followed. What we were doing now in Feb and March was to start putting together performance contracts so that when we start on the 1st of April, all the performance contracts are in place. So we are starting, so REMCO, the HR committee is doing the seniors contract, and that contract is then cascaded onto senior managers who are now in the process of cascading down to their subordinates, so that on the 1st of April, when we start the new financial year, everybody has a performance contract in place.
No, thank you very much, honorable members and honorable MEC and your team. I think we're making very good progress. So I then take the opportunity to proceed to question 8 on 2022-2023 and question 7 2023-2024. Honorable member.
Question 8. My name is Scopa, a member of Scopa. Annual financial statements. Executing Authority on paragraph 36 of the AG's report. Financial statements were not submitted for auditing within the prescribed period after the end of financial year as required by Section 55(1)(ci) of the PFMA. This is recurring from 2021-2022 financial year. On paragraph 37, the financial statements submitted for auditing were not fully prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial framework, reporting framework as required by Section 551B of the PFMA. A. Why did the accounting authority fail to submit the financial statements within the prescribed period after the end of financial year as required by Section 551CI of the PFMA? B. Why did the accounting authority submit the financial statements that were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework when submitted to the AG? C. Who are the responsible officials? D. What actions did the executive authority take against the accounting authority? E. What action did the accounting authority take against the chief executive officer, CFO, and the responsible officials? F. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? On 2023-2023 financial year, question 7, annual financial statements, performance, and annual reports. In paragraph 34, the financial statements submitted for auditing were not fully prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by Section 551B of the PFMA. Why did the accounting authority submit the financial statements that were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework when submitted to the AG? B. Who are the responsible officials? C. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? D. What action did the accounting authority take against the executing officer, chief financial officer, and the responsible officials? E. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly?
Thank you very much, Honorable Faith, for taking us through the questions. I now take the opportunity to invite Honorable MEC to respond to the question.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Susan Violet.
MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I'll hand it over to the chairperson of the board to respond.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, and thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ditruso Victor Klaba. I'm the Chairperson of the board for GAAL. In response to question number 8 in the bundle 2022-2023, responding to question 8A, lack of capacity in the finance department. The finance department continued to have capacity constraints in the year that ended 31 March 2023. Financial accountant position was vacant practically the entire financial year. The current incumbent was only appointed on 20 March 2023. Reference is made to Annexure 21.1. There was no dedicated resource to manage fixed assets. The assets officer was appointed on 17 April 2023. Reference is also made to Annexure 21.1. No formal training in the financial system was provided to the new incumbents due to the timing of the appointments. The two incumbents were appointed in late March 2023 and mid-April 2023 during the critical period for year-end preparations. Suspension of the chief accountant. The chief accountant was suspended in late October 2022 and only returned to work on the 12th of June 2023. The above vacancies equate to 60% of the total finance department staff members that have the requisite technical accounting knowledge in the entity. Responding to question 8B, the financial statements submitted by the entity were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as they contain material misstatements. The material misstatements were contained largely in the areas of property, plant and equipment, as well as expenses accrual. Property, plant and equipment, the material misstatements related to an inaccurate deemed cost calculation by the entity on 1 April 2018 for the financial year that ended 31 March 2019. Even though the subsequent annual depreciation calculations were performed correctly from 1 April 2019 to 31 March 2023, the accumulated depreciation was impacted by the inaccurate deemed cost calculation done on 1 April 2018, and this resulted in the balance of property, plant and equipment being materially misstated at the end of the 2022-2023 financial year. This was a 2018 error picked up in 2022-2023. Expenses accruals. This was accruals for legal fees that were raised for the period ended 31 March 2023 based on service providers' invoice date. The issue was that some of the invoices covered more than one financial year, albeit the invoices being dated for 2022-2023 financial year. The misstatements that were successfully corrected in 2022-2023 financial year and the prior periods. Responding to 8C, responsible officials, Mr. J.M. Kulwane, CFO, Ms. V. Mate, Revenue and Expenditure Manager, Mr. Mutapo, the former Assets Officer, Mr. Madileke, the former Chief Accountant. Responding to 8D, the Executive Authority and the Accounting Authority signed a chairperson, with your permission. I think this has been read before, this extract. It's a repeat of what was read before in the past, if you allow me just to skip it. Responses to 8E, the Accounting Authority conducted an investigation and Mr. Kulwane, CFO, was given a final written warning for late submission of Fs. Reference is made to Annexure 7.18. In response to 8F, the Accounting Authority put in place the following measures to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly. The Finance Department now has full staff complement. Reference to Annexure 21.1 up to 21.4 for appointments of the Asset Officer and the Financial Accountant. Training was conducted on the Financial Accounting System. Refer Annexure 22. Training was conducted on caseware software to increase internal capacity and knowledge in the F's preparation. Refer Annexure 23. And internal audit was appointed to increase oversight in the review of the Fs before the submission to the Auditor General, see Annexure 10. If you allow me, Chair, to jump over to question 7 in the 2023-24 to 7A, our response reads as follows. The financial statements submitted by the entity were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as they contained material misstatements. The material misstatements were contained largely in the area of property, plant and equipment, payables from exchange transactions and provision for bad debts. For property, plant and equipment, the material misstatements related to differences in the opening balance of property, plant and equipment for the 2023-24 financial year and the closing balance for the prior year, as well as the difference in carrying amounts between the fixed asset register and the financial statements. The entity uses an Excel-based fixed asset register. The error emanated from the incorrect formula used during the rollover of the fixed asset register from 2022-23 financial year to the 2023-2024 financial year. Payables from exchange transactions. The material misstatements related to year-end salary-related accruals not recognized in the annual financial statements. Provisions for bad debts. The material misstatements related to calculation differences between the amount disclosed in the financial statement and the auditor's recalculation due to incorrect application of the bad debts provision methodology. These misstatements were successfully corrected, resulting in the entity receiving an unqualified audit opinion in the 2023-2024 financial year. The responsible officials, it's Mr. J.M. Kulwane, Mr. P. Ngomane, Mr. D. Mapolo, and Mr. M. Muchwadi. Responding to 7C, Chairperson, with your permission as well, 7C response is similar to the responses that have already been submitted previously. Going over to page 32, in response to question 7D, no action was taken against the CEO and CFO and other responsible officials as the material misstatements were successfully corrected, resulting in the entity receiving an unqualified audit opinion. Responding to 7E, the entity has developed a clear audit strategy that was also shared with the Provincial Treasury and will ensure that the entity will be able to achieve a clean audit in the 2024-2025 financial year. Reference is made to Annexure 4, which is the clean audit strategy. That ends our responses to question 8 and question 7 respectively. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable MEC and your team. I now take the opportunity and invite the members for follow-up questions, input. I'm now looking at Honorable TC and Honorable Macha.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nankomron TC. At least in page 38, on why did the accounting office or authority fail to submit the financial statement within the prescribed period after the end of financial year as required by Section 55 of the PSMA. I see the suspension of the chief accountant. Now, I want to know this. There is a CFO from the start. Only final written warning. But I want to know, the chief accountant is suspended on the financial statement. I think his or her position is lower than that of the CFO. So I want to know why now consequence management is applied to the lower employee rather than the CFO. Or the CFO during that time was untouchable, I don't know. It happens in institutions. But the look of things, amazing. I mean, this suspension, I just want to know that why the CFO on that matter is not suspended and is given only the final warning, as indicated here. I think the caution at the meeting has already indicated. And also on this department, if you look at why in page 39, why did the accounting authority submit the financial statement that were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework? The chief accountant was also among those people. Where Mrs. V matter.
Once you say Miss V, not SV, it's not me. Once you say V, not SV, it's not me. They apply consequence management even on the English. SV.
SV.
Yeah.
It's I wanted to come down blazing there. But on serious note, I don't have anything. I don't know in personal basis or so on. But on this one straightforward chairperson, that the lower employee is being taken into task, but the big elephant is remain untouchable. I want the explanation on that.
I thought you would say that while looking at you.
Thanks very much. On the same issue on page 38, on 2022-2023, can we be provided with the factors that led to the suspension of the chief accountant? What are those factors? And secondly, what could have been the quantum or amount paid to the chief accountant while he was not at work? And what are the factors that led to his returning back at work? That is on 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, on page 32. On the clean audit strategy, which I believe if it is to be followed, you are saying you are going to get it by 2024, 2025. A very ambitious target. But of course it's possible. So I want to know as to how is it implemented in order to realize clean audit 2024-2025. And on the issue of page 31, on the incorrect application of the bad debts provision methodology. Have you turned things around in relation to the application of this methodology? If that is the case, are we able to get positive spin-offs? If not, are we intending to ensure that we are able to make an improvement on the methodology? The other question would be on page 30, particularly on the prescribed financial reporting framework. Because the indications surprise that the financial statements were submitted without following this framework. As we speak, what are the plans in place or endeavors that you are doing to ensure that we don't exactly go back to the same? I think, Chair, these are few questions that I thought I need to ask Machete Pesi, member of this Scopa. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machete, for such a great question. Can I now take the opportunity and invite the Honorable MEC to then answer the questions as posed by Honorable Member.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Matthew Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I'll hand over to the CEO to give answers to these questions. Then the other members will follow.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mohadi Matli and I'm the CEO for GAAL. I will start with the question relating to the suspension of the financial accountant, how it marries to the response. So on page 38, when we responded to question number A, the reason why we mentioned the suspension of the chief accountant is because we are trying to show the lack of capacity in the financial department at the time. So part of the lack of capacity was the fact that the chief accountant was on suspension. So his suspension is not related to the late submission of the financial statement. Hence, when we go further and we say what action was taken, action was actually taken against the CFO and not the chief accountant in this instance. So the only relationship between the two is to indicate the lack of capacity in the finance department. There was a further question about the factors around the suspension of the chief accountant, and the suspension of the chief accountant was the chief accountant was actually suspended twice. So the first one was related to misconduct relating to the SARS issues that we were talking about earlier on, in terms of late payment of the SARS returns, but also related to an incorrect salary payment that was made, where we paid salaries in February 2022 using a file of February 2021. And the chief accountant was then suspended, went through a disciplinary inquiry, and then that's why he was then later returned, and he was given a final written warning and a 3-month suspension without pay. The second time he was suspended, it was related to a fraudulent case where money was paid to a service provider, and according to records, it was related to procurement of uniforms. But when we conducted a forensic investigation, we then the investigation showed that there was never any procurement. So there was a fraudulent submission of the invoice. The financial accountant, because he was the super user of the system, he was able to go into different modules, and he manipulated the system up to a point where he paid a service provider. So that is the second suspension, which actually led to his dismissal, because there is an amount of about 378 that was then literally stolen from the entity. So the two instances about the chief accountant is that. There was also a question around how much salary was paid to him during the time of the suspension. And I'm not working with exact figures, but it is approximately 512,000 cost to company. And although the salary sounds like a lot, for somebody that's on suspension, we had to do the cost analysis of keeping somebody at work while he's going through disciplinary inquiry versus the risk of the fact that this person is sitting in a critical position where he could have sabotaged the audit, he could have gone into the systems, he could have deleted serious company data. So the analysis that we made was based on the fact that there's bigger risk in keeping him at work and not suspending him compared to the salary that he is paid while he is on suspension. The question about the clean audit, I think CFO will respond to that in detail, but if I can just touch on it at high level. The question was, how are we going to ensure that we are going to achieve a clean audit? And when we look at the trend in terms of the past 4 financial years, we have actually graduated from a disclaimer to a qualified audit to an unqualified. And when we track, we realize that we come from a past where we would have an audit opinion with 3 matters of emphasis, reduce that to 3, then to 1. And the last previous financial year, when we got an unqualified audit, there was actually 0. So that's why we believe that we can actually achieve the clean audit, but the CFO is much more equipped to talk to the clean audit that we have in place, and also talk to the issues of the methodology and the prescribed financial reporting framework. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jeff Kulon, the CFO of GAAL. So we did develop a clean audit strategy. In May, that actually covers the critical findings that we had in the previous financial year, which will revolve around your corporate plan improvement, your provision for bad debts, and as well as our statement that we did in efforts. So we are able to report that one of the procedures or the assurances that we get, then actually ensure that we progress to a clean that our internal controls have improved. In terms of the financial statements review, our financial statements are reviewed quarterly by Provincial Treasury, and also half year we do internal reviews. So the plan will be that even at year end, in the last 4th quarter, the same rigorous review we submit our AFS to review by the project, also by our internal auditors. And in general, what is also improved on internal financial controls, this will talk to secretary of duties, this will talk to document review, management review that have been done on a monthly basis. So as well as another oversight structure, which is our audit risk audit, because these financials also have to be subjected to the risk committee or the board bar for final approval before the actual final submission is made to tender. So we do have plenty in space. So if you are just the best methodology, one of the reasons that we actually were able to move from qualified to unqualified was that during the audit adjustment process of 2023, before financial year or the previous financial year, these internal findings were successfully corrected at that period. So now we know as what is expected. So the methodology is now correct. We actually successfully applied again in this current financial year when we actually did our quarterly financial statement review through February. So there were no major challenges there. So what we'll also do that at the end, obviously I think one of the important things that we actually help us is through making sure that our accounting property plan and improvement is actually in accordance with the particular accounting framework. Because ideally, so at GAAL, I think the plan improvement is one of the largest figures that you usually find in your balance sheet. So every attention is normally placed on PPE and other areas, of course. But to make sure that we will eventually then end up with opinion. And all these measures that I've spoken about will be attended to, including making sure that our financial statements are subjected to internal audit review as well as professional review. They are also subjected to management review before they are submitted. So if you do that, then you should be in a good footing as well as clean. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me see. I'm not sure if they are satisfied with the responses, but can I check if there are follow-ups? I think you want to come.
Yeah, just one is a member of this committee. There's reference that the chief accountant was suspended on the basis of lack of capacity. What is it that we have done to ensure that you assist that individual, that person? Thanks very much.
Do I hear you correct, Honorable Major, saying they suspended a person on the basis of capacity?
This was the result.
And that person must be assisted, or that person is still in the employ. That's the assumption we can make.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Let me take it from the position that when you employ a person and you identify that there is skills gap, it is the responsibility to ensure that that person gets training. So that's what I wanted to check. Because we have identified lack of capacity, you have identified that there's a need for training. Was that done before suspension or it was not done?
I think now unless if a person was just incorrigible beyond assistance, no form of intervention available can be able to help. But I think the question is clear. If you can attend to that question, so we are able to proceed. Honorable MEC.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Martin Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Let me allow the Chairperson of the Board to clarify that one of the Chief Accounting Officer.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair. My name is Ditruso Victor-Kwaba, Chairperson of the Board for GAAL. Maybe let me apologize if there's a confusion. The Chief Accountant was not suspended due to lack of capacity. He was suspended for misconduct, but the timing of his suspension, it happened at such a crucial time that it had an impact on us being able to submit the Fs on time. So maybe we did not articulate it well in our report, and I do apologize for the confusion caused. It was not because of his incapacity, it was just the timing contributed to the lack of capacity in the finance department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Master. Thank you very much, honorable members. I now step off questions 8 and 7, and this is how I'm going to do it. If you look at question 9, it's revenue management on the 2022-2023 financial year, and 8, 2023-2024 is the same question. So we're going to club them to S1 and then proceed to question 9 on 2023-2024. Are we fine?
Yes.
At least on my part is not for that reason. For efficiency.
I get a boy.
Thank
Honorable
you.
members, can you quickly take us through the question?
Thank you. Question 8, revenue management. Can I deal with 2023-2024?
In fact, in essence, you are dealing with everything. Simple.
Oh, okay.
Remaining
Okay.
questions.
Revenue management in page 42, executing authority on paragraph 38 of the AG's report. The AG reports that effective and appropriate steps were not taken to collect all revenue due as required by section 51(1)(b) Roman figure 2 of the PFMA. Why did the accounting authority fail to take effective and appropriate steps to collect all revenue due as required by section 51(1)(b) Roman figure 2 of the PFMA? And B, who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? D, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? E, what measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? F, there's nothing that we go to question 8 in the 2003-2004 revenue management. Executing authority in paragraph 35 of the AG's report, the AG reports that effective and appropriate steps were not taken to collect all revenue due as required by section 51(b) Roman figure 1 of the PFMA. Recurring matter from 2022-2023 financial year. Why did the accounting authority fail to take effective and appropriate steps to collect all revenue due as required by section 51(1)(b) Roman figure 1 of the PFMA? Who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? D, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? E, what measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Did you deal with 9 on 2023-2024?
Oh, question 9 in page 36.
The funding of GAAL.
Yes, the funding of GAAL in the year 2023-2024. Executing authority, the sustainability of GAAL is a serious concern for Scopa. In the interaction with the committee in 2023, the public entity committed to providing a revenue generating plan to this committee, outlining its sustainability plan. The plan aims to assure the committee to motivate the legislature for GAAL to be funded in the 2025-2026 financial year. A, provide a detailed plan outlining the public entity's revenue strategy. The plan should provide method of generating revenue, sustainability of the revenue generating methods. Yes, and B, which plans did the public entity put in place to ensure that the proposed revenue generating strategy are achieved? That is the last question, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Kisi, for taking us through all the remaining 3 questions. I'm going to allow the Honorable MEC to, you will guide us how we want to start, because we can start anywhere as long as we are able to follow it.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Martin Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety in Home. Allow me, Chairperson, to direct my team to start with question 9 before you go to the 2. We start with the last question 9 on the year 2023-24. The last question.
2023-24, question 9.
Yeah. Funding of GAAL.
Thank you. Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ditoroso Victor Kaba, Chairperson of the Board of GAAL.
Just hold, Honorable.
I'm just suggesting that he has already detailed the
turnaround strategy.
The turnaround strategy, which also includes this one, but I'm suggesting to talk to it, not the detailed plan, because he has already gone through on the resolutions. He has already explained everything.
Thank you very much, that's very progressive. Just close over. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks also for the bundles are English. I'm trying to find the right way to say. I mean, the advice is actually making our life more easy and more efficient. So thank you very much for the recommendation. My name is Itoroso Victor Kaba. I'm the chairperson of the board for GAAL. I think in response to question 9, there was not much to read, just to identify that for the members of the committee, we've attached 2 reports. Annex number 18 is the detailed turnaround strategy that outlines in detail the 4-phase strategy that I spoke about. It also highlights what are the key activities under each strategy. And maybe just to highlight, Chairperson and members of the committee, that the turnaround strategy started when we started with the arrest of the decline, like I highlighted earlier on. I'm confident that phase 1 has been executed quite well. We've got the capacity now, we've arrested the decline. You can see that the entity is on up. There might be 1 or 2 regressions here and there. And our focus is to make sure that in each every year, as we open every rock and we look at what we don't see, when we find loopholes, we do apply improvement actions. Phase 2 has been implemented. I would say we are between phase 3 and phase 4, which is more now growing the operating model of GAAL. And I think there were examples made earlier on to explain that, you know, some of the major projects like issuing out the invitation for participation on the cargo opportunity has already been gone. The finding investors for the PRM Pepu airport has already been sent out. We found a big tenant for the big hangar. So most of the big items or the items and projects that are going to move the needle for the turnaround plan are currently in place. I think one of the positive ones, the HOD has mentioned earlier on, the establishment of the aviation school. So all our efforts to try and diversify the revenue so that we don't depend mostly on the grant funding is already underway. Yes, it's going to take a bit of time for the first rents to start flowing, but the groundwork is happening now. The big steps have been taken now. I think with that, I would like to close the response on question number 9, the funding of GAAL. Thank you, Chairperson. If I may then proceed with reference to revenue management. With your permission, Chairperson, I'm going to read our response in the 2023-2024 file, just to cover both, because it's similar responses, but the one in the 2023-24 file is more amplified. With your permission, I will do so. Our responses in the 2023-2024 file on page 33 reads as follows. The entity acknowledges that it failed to take effective and appropriate steps to collect all revenue. The entity follows established debt collection processes as follows. Rental invoices are issued to tenants in advance on the 1st of each month. Approach fee invoices are issued on the first working day following the month end. Statements of accounts are emailed to clients after monthly billing or invoicing, and this occurs within 5 working days from month end. After 30 days have elapsed from the statement date, the revenue officer must consult with the division heads to discuss a plan of action and initiate contact with the client to discuss settlement. Action to be effected as follows. After 30 days, telephonic reminders and letters are sent out. After 60 days, hand over to debt collection agent or legal department. Follow-ups on non-payments are made by the accounts receivable division, regularly in line with the accounts receivable policy. The entity utilizes the services of a debt collector or debt collection agency through the transversal contract. Despite the current measures in place, there is a risk of default by debtors due to business and other challenges. The entity was able to exceed its revenue collection target for the 2023-2024 financial year. However, there is great challenge in collecting very old legacy debt. Reference is made to Annexure 11. In response to question 8B, the officials for the cumulative amounts incurred in the previous financial years are Ms. Matabata and Mr. Kobola, the former CFO and the former Revenue Expenditure Manager, Ms. V. Mathieu, Revenue Expenditure Manager, and Ms. M. Setagane, Revenue Officer. Responding to question 8, C, no action was taken against Ms. Mathieu and Ms. Setagane. The officials responsible, as through their efforts, the entity improved revenue collection by exceeding the revenue collection targets in 2022-23 and 23-24 financial years respectively. No action could be taken against Mr. Kobola and Ms. Matabate as they are no longer in the employment of the entity. Maybe for additional parenthesis, Chair, for Ms. Matabata, there was action with the letter that was sent out to the current employer, just that it's not amplified correctly in this submission here.
But there is a letter.
There is a letter, yes, in the file. In response to 8D, the executing authority took the following actions against the accounting authority. The executive authority and the accounting officer signed a shareholder compact which outlines the duties. Chair, I think this one has also been ventilated before in terms of the cautioning and the induction that was held with the shareholder in October 23 and also in February 24. In response to 8E, the accounting authority established revenue processes as follows to prevent the recurrence of the anomaly. The entity follows the established debt collection process. I think, Chair, this has also been articulated in a previous paragraph. It is just ventilated again in the same form. That ends the responses on question number 8 in 23-24, which largely also addresses question number 9 in the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. and your team. I will now give honorable members an opportunity to ask additional questions and or follow-up questions. Honorable Mapolo will be the first, and Honorable Machete will be the second.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Lawrence Mapolo, member of Scopa. One hope that after this input, one will never speak again. Will leave it in the hands of the chair. But firstly, there are buzzwords that all of us have been, subjected to in this report. First one, lack of capacity. I think in the next sitting, we'll be saying we are capacitated. The other buzzword is failed. I think in the next sitting, you'll be saying we have been able to fulfill or implement the following. And the other buzzword, it's you see, because you know English, with English, number one, in accordance, not in accordance. Those are things that we've been playing with. And please, when you come back to Scopa, you must know that, our no better easy. Now, those are things that we wanted to say. And again, on the CEO, the PMS, or the performance management or agreement with her must be the turnaround strategy. Everything is on top of the CEO. If you didn't implement a single of those things that you have outlined, the CEO must be accountable without. She must go and sign, or he must go and sign that agreement with herself. I think that is another issue. I've been saying and lamenting that you must be consistent in terms of application of rules of law. Not at all. Please, sometimes people will see a same name here and start to say, Martin not disciplined. I'm saying it loudly here so that it can be recorded. You are creating a very serious problem of application of rules. Don't do that. Go and make sure that you apply the rules as they are, regardless of saying this person is assisting us to go back to clean audit. No, it must never be like that. And I think the last thing that I need us to go and look at, you have crafted the sustainability plan, which I think is interesting. One thing that I think we should be able to look at, lack of collaboration, you have said it, in consolidation activities within this province, to be able to direct the traffic at an area where you know you will have spin-offs. You must go and do that. Those challenges are very key. And you have said it to us. And we expect that you go and implement them as are your plans. Two, the land ownership is not only here in Polokwane. Who sprayed? As GAAL, don't be, don't have any barrier to deal with anything that smells airport. You must go and in your report, you must in the next time know your relationship between yourself and who sprayed, and as to whether who sprayed airport is having license or papers, everything. And inclusive of these smaller airports, which are there with the parallel in all days. Because some of us will visit this port. I don't like to mention it now, up until you go and make your own investigation. Because there are airstrips. For instance, as I speak right now, why Root Sprayed Airport is going to receive money from Europe. Meanwhile, we are seated with this here. Who is directing those funds to Root Sprayed? Now, those are things that, especially on the issue of land ownership and other issues, you must go and dig that information. The interest of our royal, not traditional leaders, our interest of our royal leaders in the province. We are a province of chiefs and kings and queens. You must be able to tap in that area. There are organs of those kings and chiefs that you can be able to interact with them so that our kings and chiefs and queens must be able to be part of the best development that is taking place in our province. And the last one, I think the limited knowledge that you have indicated in attracting investors. I think you are not working alone. You are not in an island. You are there with the Premier's office, there's leader there. Go and collaborate with other departments and make sure that you attract not those investors in early 90s from Malaysia who ate our money here. Go and make sure that you attract, progressive stakeholders or investors that will be able to bring life to this international airport. As I conclude, Chairperson, doomsayers and those that are not having the love of this province wants to see this airport going down the drain. And I think if you are going to leave this meeting or this hearing with a mind that says, we're just, in one of the projects, please go out of that mentality. Some of you might even die with the decisions that will be taken. I'm saying it now so that you must go and do the correct thing for the people of Limpopo regarding this only international airport that we have. Therefore, I think I've said it mouthful, and I thank them for being here. And at the ultimate end, for them for being honest and say, indeed, we have not done our things properly. We'll go back and clean our house and come back here. But I've said it, and I think I'm very much comfortable today, Chair, with the handling of this meeting. Thank you very much.
That's why you closed the meeting on Friday.
Thank you very much, member of this committee. Just on page 34, on cumulative amount we had in the previous financial year. On the same page, the responsible officials were not taken into processes on the basis that they subsequently in this report improve the effort for the entity to collect more revenue, and on that basis the responsible officials or the affected officials were not taken into the processes. So I'm failing to understand that justification, because if indeed there was the cumulative amount incurred in the previous financial year, steps should have been taken to correct that. But you can't put a reason that we could not be able to process this on the basis that they were able to ensure that they improved and all of that. Because these processes are not the same. That is my take, and that is the question that I'm asking, that I'm unable to understand the justification behind that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matete. Without wasting time, let me invite Honorable MEC Manana Susana Violet Mate to then deal with the two questions. Honorable Mapolo was just thanking you for being here, and of course encouraging you to do more. And otherwise, the floor is yours, Honorable MEC, just to.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Matthias San Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Let me take you back to the CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mohadi Matli, and I'm the CEO for GAAL. So on the issue of Ms. Budilimante and Ms. Sitagane, we have cumulative revenue that was not collected before they started working for GAAL. And in the 2 financial years that we're making reference to, they have not incurred, they have actually collected what was supposed to be collected for the year and have even exceeded by collecting legacy debt. So the reason why we make reference to them not being disciplined is because their names are there because they're responsible for revenue. But in terms of wrongdoing, they have not misconducted themselves by not collecting, but instead, they are the ones that collected what was due for the 2 financial years and tapped into the other financial years to collect on legacy debt. Hence, we are saying they've exceeded the revenue collection target that we had put in place. So their names are basically just appearing because they are the responsible officials for revenue, not because they are the responsible officials for the accumulated amount or debt from the past. Makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable members, honorable MEC, and your team, and thanks for staying the course. Without wasting time, I think we have all agreed that we are stepping off all the questions. We have sufficiently engaged very robustly with a great sense of, I almost said comradeship, but in a spirit of irreverent, respectful disrespect in a sense. It's a, what they call a oxymoron, which means you appreciate each other's roles and responsibilities and respect that, but at the same time insist on us having to take responsibility and do the right thing. So of course I will make my remarks at the end. May I take this opportunity and invite the Auditor General to make comments, after which we'll then allow the Office of the Provincial Treasury as well to make comments. And please don't forget our request in terms of just traversing the, I think there was an issue which was raised, cash flows. Yes. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. From our side, we really appreciate the invitation and to be part of this session. And it has been a very insightful session. And we're looking forward for 2024-25 financial year, as we recently started with our audit. And then for the issue relating to the cash flow, as you indicated that maybe management work closely with Treasury. They are more than welcome to contact us so that we can just give more clarity in terms of the content of that particular finding and what is stipulated in the audit report, so that they could be able to give proper responses to the honourable members. It will be a really a long debate, maybe to try to lecture the honourable members. We would have loved to do that, to lecture honourable members in terms of what is sitting in that particular audit report with regard to the cash flow statement. But we are being restly assured that the issue of the cash flow, it has been dealt with by management, hence they improved the audit outcome, and then by hoping that the method that they applied by the GAAL, probably there will be consistency also in this current financial year to ensure that those material misstatements that crippled them, that led them to qualification, they don't recur in foreseeable future. And then probably we shall wait for the call from IDAM, Provincial Treasury Management, to clarify the content of that audit report. Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much for such precise and sharp comments. I will then invite Officer of the Provincial Treasurer to make comments.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Portia Semenya, the Provincial Accountant General. Chairperson, I agree with the AG, but just to also add that our honorable members are becoming technocrats. We are becoming scared when we come to Scopa because they understand the matters that they're supposed to raise. The question was very simple because we used an incorrect cash flow methodology. You accounted for VAT input on the other side, the VAT output was not accounted for. The question was just to say, are there any losses that we have incurred? When you did the reconciliation on VAT, did we incur any loss? That was the question that the honorable member was trying to get. You can see how technical, and we appreciate the work that the researchers are doing, because that's what the member wanted to hear from us, just to get comfort that there were no losses. We were able to recover the VAT in terms of our reconciliation. So, Chairperson, we still commit as the Provincial Treasury to work with both the Office of the Auditor General, the Office of the MEC, Department of Transport and Community Safety, the HOD, and the board. And I was just indicating that because of the amount of work that we are doing in Treasury, I have not personally went to the board and also support the Audit and Risk Committee of the board in GAAL. But I will definitely make sure that we come and hear some of the issues that are required to be attended to. We will also continue to support the CFO and the team as they have indicated. We still have a new team at GAAL, and we hope that all the legacy matters will be addressed when they appear next year. My CFO has promised me. Yesterday we made a commitment to the Director General and the whole entire cohort of the administration of Limpopo that GAAL is going to get a clean audit. So the board is going to help me and the CFO to turn around the corner. The HOD was there as well. We have committed to get a clean audit, and I think we have people who are capable. They're going to work hard and turn that corner. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, for such comments. Surely we are on an upward mobility. If we are to get GAAL right, we can get everything. Honorable, let me see. The floor is yours. You can make your closing comments.
Thanks, Chairperson, all the honorable members that are here, AGSA and the Provincial Treasurer, as well as my team that I came in with. I'm happy now because what the Treasurer has just said now to say, the question was supposed to, is there any loss of money? That was my question always, to say, if we go out of this meeting without it being clarified, it will mean there was some losses somewhere while there was no loss at all. And again, I'm happy because Treasurer now is committing to say she's going, or the office will be going to GAAL to help GAAL so that we can get the clean audit that we are aspiring to get. So to me, I'm happy because there is someone seated somewhere who should have come before to come and help, but we're starting from today to say we are looking forward to Treasury to come and to assist us so that we can get the clean audit that we want to get. And to AG also, because with me, I was like not happy when the chairperson was saying the AG will respond at the end. Then I was saying, but it's not going to help us existing. But I'm happy because we are a team. Well, the time I was still the Scopa member, we used to ask Treasury and Premier's office to say, are you happy when you are leading all the departments that are not able to get a clean audit while you are celebrating clean audits? So to me, the Premier can get as many clean audits, the Treasury can get as many clean audits part, but until that time, when all the departments in our province get clean audits, it means something is not correct somewhere. But let me take this opportunity, Honorable Chair and your team, to say thank you so much for the advices that you have given us. I've noted, Honorable Mapolo, when you said the buzzwords, I think in the coming meeting, we will be appearing in our quarterly meetings, those buzzwords like lack of failure, we are going to swallow it going out from the meeting. And again, we are saying thank you so much for all the inputs that you have given us. To me, you were just telling us to say, go and do this so that you can be here. It was not like personal. We are here to be taught, because even if we are MECs or we are one and the same thing. The public out there, they're looking at us. They don't eat meetings. They don't eat these buzzwords that we're talking about. They don't eat the English, the good English that we can speak. They want services on the ground. It's then that they are going to say, we have elected correct people. Unless those things are happening, it means they've elected wrong people. I'm including myself also. So thank you so much for having invited us into this meeting. You were just coming to arm us so that we can be the better department and the better entity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for the comments. I think these comments are in the spirit of building one another, and that we are able to understand the role, the responsibility, the task of because the responsibility of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts is one, to ensure that the money that we are able to be given, we utilize it to the greater good of the people of this province. I think I'm just going to raise 3 issues. Yes, I know. One is that I must be able to appreciate the spirit with which we're able to engage this morning. We're engaging in the spirit of, I think I already indicated, irreverent. That we're able to punch each other very, very hard, but ultimately with a view to be able to extract from each other information that will be able to help improve the situation at the entity. The interest is nothing but to ensure that the entity begin to operate in the manner that it is expected without any challenges. And I know for a fact that with the type of board, Honorable MEC, and the team that is there, you have resilient people, people who have a sense of professionalism. I think they can be able to take the entity out of the comatose that it find itself. We're able to stay the course. Of course, on our side, 1 or 2 members were able to go to other commitments, but I think we're able to be here throughout with an intention to build one another. From here, the foot must be flat on the pedal, to ensure that the recommendations that arises from this meeting are able to bring about change. You can't do things the same, even when there were serious indications that there has to be some change, either in terms of attitude, either in terms of the systems that are there, but there has to be change in terms of how you attend to the issues at that level. And I'm saying clean audit is within reach. If get out of disclaimer, qualified, and so on, you can proceed. I mean, even your budget is it's almost like 100 rand, 100 million. You can be able to account for every cent that you spend. Even under the circumstances you find yourself, you can still be able to gravitate towards clean audit. And I think as we rise from this meeting, there is an indication that if you can be able to talk to Treasury consistently, AG, you will be able to get certain things which remains concealed if you don't engage. You know, sometimes you get to feel each other. Until you speak to each other, you realize you are actually friends. So the AG indicated their door is open, Treasury, knock on their doors. If they don't respond, keep and make sure that you are able to have the conversation that is required for you to be able to understand what needs to be done, so that we don't deal with issues as after the facts, but we are able to deal with them as and when time still allows us to do that. This meeting is then adjourned.